protected by the soldiers in the fortress. So this is, the fire was in 1624, and this building was the first town hall, and it was finished in 1641. It has been a prison, so there have been prison cells underneath. Now today there is a beautiful restaurant in case you want to eat a proper and lovely meal later. But it has also been a theater and concert hall, because then traveling Danish singers and musicians and actors came here to perform, so that little Oslo got a little bit of culture. So at least you are on historical ground, and that, I think, is a good start for today. I just wanted you to say we have some emergency exits. You see the green sign there, and you see it there. So the way you came in is, of course, one way to exit. We have through the kitchen a second one. But don't open that door if it is not an emergency, because there will be an alarm. We have two toilets through that door. You can also access it from the other hall, but then a little longer way. And if you need anything from me, I am Grobente or Groby. Groby is for short, so that is easier to remember. And I'm happy to be here with you, and I wish you a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thanks a lot. Du så flink. So, Nir, you need a headset? Or?
Can everybody hear me?
I will get a headset.
I don't need a headset.
You get it.
Oh, this is okay.
So maybe we should go up here. So welcome to this mini-conference, Past and Future, the Joy of Beauty, in the memory of James Stevens Curl. That is, we have planned this event. Can you hear me? Is the sound nice or too loud? So we have been, a lot of people working on this for 8-9 months. Me, Robert, Adam has been active, Nir Buras, Astrid, the oldest daughter of James, John Smiley, he is also going to talk, and Ingrid Curl, the youngest daughter. Where are you, Ingrid? There, fantastic. Michelle Schofke is coming by lunch. Carl Korsnes has supported us, and also Eskil Narum Bakken, which was also co-hosting the first conference we made, Beauty and Ugliness, in 2023, where James was the main attraction. Yes.
Well, we're going to have a wonderful program today. It's divided into four parts. The first part, we're going to hear Robert, Adam, Alexander Stoddart, and Anders speak about, it really is topics that emanate from James's thinking. We're going to have Astrid, Alex Peacock, are you here? He will be here for that. Embla, Hagalisletto, are you here? She will be there for that. And Nick Allen are going to, this is the younger generation. We're going to see how his stuff impacts them. There's going to be a wonderful James Stevens Curl reader with Samuel Hughes back over there, John Smiley, Anthony Daniels, people who are highly respected for their own writing and thinking, discussing James's work. And then we're going to have what I think promises to be an extraordinary, interesting lecture by Professor Christiane Salge from Darmstadt. about the Bau Academy. That was the architecture school in Berlin in the 19th century. We're going to have a conversation about the legacy and future of traditional architecture. We'll try to get into trouble, John Smiley, Robert Adam, and myself. And then we'll wrap it up. Anders and myself will wrap it up. Any questions? Any requests?
So what I would like to say is that we have had a lot of sponsors. Thank you, Nir. That has made it possible for us to serve free drinks and have some lunch for free. This is a kind of, it's very difficult to get funding for events like this. Extraordinarily difficult. So we have a lot of small funding partners that we would like to thank. So we even have some hot food, but it's sausages after the conference. That if you want to go and have a nice meal, we will have a quite simple meal here. So then I think we are ready to start with.
And to get us started in the right mood. I get very emotional thinking about James because he was such a special person and a huge influence on me personally. We're going to be in a space that is all about him, his scholarly research, his extreme breadth of knowledge, and extraordinary output. He truly was an outstanding, outstanding contributor. So without further ado, shall we start what we're doing here?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's start. And all the sessions have a chair, kind of boss organizing.
Moderator.
Moderated.
Thank you.
So the moderator, I would like to welcome Nir as the moderator of the first session. Yes.
Could you just show the sponsors again?
Yes, I can show the sponsors. Absolutely. It's Syntec Digital, Solli Eplegård through Håkon Wium-Lie, gode steder. INTBAU Norway, sivilisasjonen. Oslo kommune, kulturetaten. Oslo Municipality, Oslo City, culture funding. And FAR, that's Frank Albo, one of James' students. And Arkitekturopprøret Norge, Architecture Uprising Norway, have contributed. So that's the sponsors for this lecture.
And the Classic Planning Institute.
Yes. Sorry. Classic Planning Institute, of course. So let's. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to hear from several extraordinary. Is this my list? Oh, you took my list. Thank you. We're going to hear from several extraordinary people. I want to, this first session, which is about insight and vigor, Robert Adam, Alexander Stoddart, and Anders are going to speak. We're going to start with Robert, who's going to speak about the breadth, erudition, and scholarship of James Stevens Curl, followed by Alexander, who's going to speak in defense of barriers, and it's going to be a critique of contemporary architecture in the manner of James Stevens Curl, and Anders will speak about the teaching of ornament. So, as Robert gets ready, I think that most people here know Robert. He's one of the most significant leaders of the new traditional movement. He is the founder of INTBAU. He is the founder of the traditional architecture group in the UK. He's the author of Classical Architecture, one of the leading textbooks that we have, and an author of innumerable essays a person that we truly admire and currently is helping us out at the Classic Planning Institute. I want to welcome to the stage Robert Adam.
Right, thank you, Nir. Can you all hear me? I can hear myself echoing, which is rather difficult. But anyway, I have no slides, no pictures. I'm sorry. I don't normally do this, but this is scripted. So you'll excuse me if sometimes I sound a little wooden. But anyway, here we go. Actually, I've known James since the early 1980s. We both lived in Winchester. And James was actually a rather well-known local figure. Impressive, walking around in a tweed suit with his dachshund in tow. He used to demand meetings, actually, with the county architect. I remember Colin Stansfield Smith, who once told me that he was sure that he was older than James, but when he met James, he always felt he was younger. And I first heard him lecture at the local Victorian Society meeting in the 1980s, and he was talking about his book, The Victorian Celebration of Death. And I have to say, I was immediately impressed with the fact that he dealt with what was really an important but otherwise culturally unrecognized aspect of architecture and sculpture. And his quality of research included his social background. But finally, I think this is important, at the end of this, it was an informative and fascinating talk, a passionate reproach of a modern society that ignored the importance of memorial and let these great works fall into decay. So, it's these aspects of James's work that I'd like to discuss, and I gave the title Breadth, Erudition and Scholarship, and that'll kind of do. And I'm not going to run through each of his works into a summary. I think the fact that we're all here, actually, is a tribute to his work, and many of us will have read at least some of his extraordinary wide range of books. James was unique as a scholar and author, in that fact we're all here. And I want to touch on some aspects of his work that I think are of particular relevance to me and why I think they're important. I may put these into perspective of my own work, and I don't do this to praise or promote my work, but to show what an influence he's had and where he and I shared a viewpoint and where I think some of his challenges have actually come to pass. I'll concentrate on a few of his books, but I'll principally refer to three. Now, his first book, actually, which I tracked down, European Cities and Society, The Influence of Political Climate on Town Design. Now, this was published as a sort of textbook, I think, in 1970, so it's being written around about 1969, when James was 32. This starts to set the agenda for his later work, in my opinion. There's some distinct characteristics, solid scholarship, interspersed, interesting, with personal comment. He can't resist slipping in the odd personal comment. Unusually frequent references to Ireland, as well as a concentration on Germany, with several German phrases untranslated. The inclusion of his own drawings, I mean, sometimes a bit quirky, not entirely textually relevant, but rather fun. And while the historical element is largely factual, the present condition is given a scorching critique. And remember, this is 1970. A bit more on that later. Second, what I think must be recognized as magnum opus is Making Dystopia, The Strange Rise and Survival of Architectural Barbarism, published 8 years ago. The scholarship in this book has been widely recognized, even by those who opposed him and whose ideas he actually very successfully demolishes. This seems to be a crescendo of his deeply felt views on architecture and planning, and its latter parts, it moves beyond meticulous scholarship to a more concentrated, passionate polemic. And last, but only in principle rather than detail, the life and work of Thomas Downes Wilson Dern, which is the last book he published, only last year. And this is one of the later, really exquisite private publications, of which I remain proud to be a subscriber and which I treasure, but not just for their content, but for the fine quality of publishing, from his own publishing house. Now, I hope I pronounce this right, Nerfel Press, with its Dachshund logo, which takes me back to my first sight of James walking his Dachshund in Orams Arbor in Winchester. So, I'll also note in passing some of his important reference books. I'm not going to go through every book, such as the 2 editions of the Oxford Dictionary of Architecture, a Dictionary of Architecture, the Egyptian Revival, Victorian Architecture, 2 editions of Classical Architecture, and so on. In the latest Oxford Dictionary of Architecture, written with Susan Wilson, there have to be precise definitions. I mean, that's the purpose of it. And these must be written with restraint. But James couldn't resist the occasional dig. So when he defined, for example, deconstructivism, which you have the D, would go there, and so we know he hated, after a proper analysis, he just couldn't help himself, saying, if this is the new paradigm, it should be a cause for deep concern. Actually, in some ways, it's actually quite remarkable. Did his editor realize that embedded it in this authoritative key reference work, called by the RIBA Journal, by the way, I quote, indispensable, will be, and which will be definitive for decades, is embedded this critique. Did Frank Gehry read it? Would he object? Well, of course he wouldn't read it, he wouldn't object. But this is how James's reputation for peerless scholarship could act as a fifth column for traditional design. I mean, in my opinion, it's extraordinary. Anyway, to return to his book, the first book, back to main subject, subtitled The Influence of Political Climate on Town Design. James states that, and I quote, the present investigation is seeking the quality of the political climate of particular periods and how it affected the inscape, very much his word, and imageability of towns and cities. And we're seeking the Geist, which left its mark on the physical form of the urban habitat. And this is, in my opinion, an important recognition of the fact that urban design and architecture are not primary activities. However important we as architects and urban designers think we may be, we're always beholden not just to the zeitgeist, as James notes, but he says in the same book, I quote, to the holders of power and finance that determine the function, form, and quality of the monuments. And James follows this theme through, but not so directly, in his forensic analysis of the modern movement in making dystopia, but which more later. Now, in the self-absorption and self-importance of the professions to which most of us in this room belong, I'm sorry to say that, we do well to remember that as designers, we never or hardly ever commission buildings, never commission urban design just for ourselves. We work for someone that has a brief, a timetable, a budget, a commercial objective, and often as not, by employing a particular designer, an idea that they're following a fashion or a trend which is to put them or their building in a place in society or the economy. And most architectural history and theory treats this subject as self-contained, as if it exists in an aesthetic bubble. Well, this is clearly nonsense. James is clear in the conclusions of European cities and society that, and I quote again, much new development has little sense of order or humanity as expedient solutions are found to problems which are fundamental to our society. And this reveals a dilemma which he clearly found frustrating in the late 60s, that if social, political, and economic conditions are the primary determinants of architecture and urban design, they're a reflection of those conditions which he saw as, and I quote, a nightmare world of non-comprehension, emptiness, negation of worth that replace nobility, sensibility, and intellect. Don't forget, written in 1969. Much as architecture and urban design are determined by politics, economics, and social change, so the primary remedy must remain there. But I think there's more to it than that. So I'm just going to have a brief excursion into my own work now. When I wrote my first book, The Globalization of Modern Architecture, I took the same view, that the primary movers were politics, economics, and social change. And I look back at architecture and urban design since the Second World War, and particularly since around about 1990, when the world economy globalized at a level not known since the beginning of the First World War. Although I started with this assumption, when I undertook the research, even I was surprised how close the correlation was. But of course, it's much easier to observe in the past to see what's happening at the time. Looking, as James did, at architecture and then at society, this might be depressing. But you have to understand that politics and economics in particular change very rapidly. Architecture and urban design do not. You need to look at this the other way around. Architectural training can be 7 years or more, and you rarely get to design anything much for several years, and nothing major for a decade or more. Most architects stop thinking once they've left college, and I think we all have witnessed this, and the turnover of ideas can be very slow. In urban design, you have to add the fact that any significant urban design project can take decades to take shape. Traditional architecture became re-established, really probably in the early 1980s, alongside postmodernism. When the economy collapsed and postmodernism with it in 1992, traditional and classical architecture survived and kept going in a small way till the 2006 Great Recession. Since then, however, there's been a remarkable flourishing of the movement. Many of us in the room are witness to that. All the time, as James tells us, and I quote again, commerce and bureaucracy are expressive of a new dictatorship, whether in government or business, aided by the institutions and systems of meritocracy. The new dictatorships can order the environment while remaining anonymous. The results of their efforts to drive the human spirit to despair in the face of such monstrous inhumanity, for the powers are aware of the possibilities in nature of art, unaware, I should say, mistake there, of the possibilities in nature of art, looking on it as something unnecessary and suspect, written in 1969. However, as we all know, and it's been proved many times, the normal citizen much prefers traditional architecture in cities. And this flourishing, recent flourishing, has been accompanied by the engagement and activation of the ordinary citizen. This is democracy. And I can't leave this point without mentioning Architecture Upproret, or the Architectural Uprising, or Architecture Upproret Norge, the remarkable, originally Swedish, but now Scandinavian, popular critique of modernist architecture. This is actually quite remarkable. I wish it existed in countries other than the Scandinavian countries. And I can't leave his first book without mentioning James's prescient attack on what we all now know as sprawl. This is 1970. This is 20 years before the foundation of the Congress for New Urbanism. He identifies my pet hate, and I was so pleased to see this. Useless green space, the pointless strips of grass or mud alongside roads, which I have christened dog shit strips, because that's all they're really useful for. And so I conclude then on this, well, I was so pleased to see this going so far back before I invented dog shit strips, and I quote again, "This century has a fondness for grass and housing estates and new towns of any amount of it, much of it useless, in the form of grass strips at the side of roads," there we are, or semi-bald patches, which add an undeveloped air of scruffiness to the townscape. Concepts such as the breaking down of towns into units separated by landscapes has tended to create isolated estates merely linked to the center by paths and roads. There is little sense of visual cohesion and unity. Now remember, this was written in 1969 and published in 1970. We're still doing it. If I see another dog shit strip in my life, I will scream. I take photographs of them because they're so awful. But they look nice because when you put plans, you put little green strips, but in fact, they're useless. Anyway, enough of that first book, which I managed to get thrown out of some library somewhere and appeared on 8 books. But I'll now turn to Making Dystopia, and people are going to talk about this later, I think. It's a book so rich in scholarship and polemic that I can really only pick a few themes. The most notable thing about Making Dystopia is the quality of scholarship, and I'll use the book as a model for the scholarship that James brought to all his work. Now, those of us, many in this room, who've been at one with James's crusade against the prevailing culture of artistic modernism know well, and to quote James, the curious compound of modern architecture where critics and certain practitioners became adept at using rarefied, somewhat cloudy language, which many confused with profundity. But then cults invent their own liturgies, ambitious claims, and opaque language designed to veil rather than illuminate, or perhaps by obfuscation suggest a depth of meaning that in truth is absent. The crabbed texts of modernism deserve to be analyzed and unpicked. Readers with Telluric tastes are capable of doing so. Actually, I have to confess, I had to look up Telluric. I think it means down to earth, actually, but someone can correct me on that one. It happens occasionally in James's book, you have to look the words up. Well, I've been engaged in written and public debates with modernist architects for decades. I'll put aside the written exchanges where the cloudy language, as James calls it, is intended to pass profundity. Because quite the most brilliant put down of this language comes from Norway. Is Branko Mitrovic's Architectural Principles in the Age of Fraud. I don't think Branko's here, which is a pity. With great wit, he tells us, when quoting the arch obscurantist Daniel Libeskind, that, and I quote, "These are psychological conditions in which people who write texts of this kind, and it may be pointed out that one should have sympathy for people who suffer such conditions." Very witty book. I mean, I've experienced this in both of the public debates I've had with Patrick Schumacher. Now, Patrick Schumacher is a surviving partner of Zaha Hadid Architects, and he's the champion of James's pet hate, parametricism. Patrick studied philosophy and mathematics in Germany before switching to architecture. Well, from his debating style, he must have studied Martin Heidegger, who was notorious for his unintelligible prose, and who once said, "Making itself intelligible is suicide for philosophy." Certainly Schumacher believed this for architecture. In one debate, a public debate I had, the convener was Angela Brady, who was a former president of the RIBA. When Patrick had finished his speech, he said, I quote, "Patrick, I don't think anyone understood a word you said. I'll give you 5 minutes, another 5 minutes to explain it so we can all understand it." Well, 5 minutes later, no one was any the wiser. What I've discovered is that almost all the argument is not based on knowledge, research, or logic, but on groupthink and slogans. As if using a slogan such as "for today, for tomorrow," optimistic, obviously implying the negative, pessimistic, come up again and again, as if quoting them somehow is argument enough. And this makes debates boringly easy. One key slogan is "buildings of our time," of course implying that what I'm supporting is not of our time. Oh, I use a quill pen or wear a periwig or knee breeches or something. And people do say this, actually. This is such a logically stupid argument that I'm faced with the problem that, as Branco said of these claims, these are irrefutable because they are meaningless. However, I developed a quick put-down, and I'll share it with you. And it goes like this. And a funny thing happened to me this morning. I woke up and discovered I was in the 21st century. I rushed to the window to check it, and sure enough, I was in our time. So everything I did, everything I thought, and everything anyone asked me to do was, of course, of our time, and there's really nothing I could do about it. The advantage of this kind of argument is extremely difficult to argue against a joke. In an almost sacred modernist text, the La Serres Declaration of 1928, however, it was said that, quote, "works of architecture can only spring from our present time." This is obvious tautology. It's passed into the canon of modernist dogma and keeps coming up. So I decided to write a paper in 1981, Buildings of Our Time, which was published in the RIBA Journal. And as the article says, any building erected today, regardless of what it looks like, expresses some aspect of modern society, and is in this sense at least a building of our time. It goes on a bit more than that, of course, but this is a talk about James, how James tackled the great historical myths, so I'll leave it at that. All this modernist ideology, as James said, comes from how, and I quote, "the Bauhaus became the model for indoctrination from 1919. CIM set down the agenda and laid down the creeds, and certain writers, Gieden and Pesner, insisted on a continuous, logical, and inevitable development of modernism from 18th and 19th century functional buildings by alleged pioneers of design to create the grand narrative of modernism. Architects and architects who did not fit into this seamless history were ignored, of course not ignored by James. This foundation myth, propagated most effectively by Nicholas Pevsner, which as James makes clear, and I quote, "the connections and links constructed by Pevsner were quite simply based on wishful thinking. No more than political agenda, they had hardly a tenuous relationship to facts, reality, or truth. They were called up as propaganda to serve a cause, and that is not history." But it's precisely with history and impeccable research and scholarship that James demolishes the modernist Bauhaus foundation myth. So much so that one of his arch enemies, who I think we heard about, the architect, the journalist and critic Hugh Pearman, and unfortunately James attacked me for being friends with Pearman, that's another story, wrote that his account of the Bauhaus is a good, concise history of that influential institution. This is a major modernist propagandist. I mean, I wonder how much he actually read it. One myth, or rather false narrative, is largely due to the fact that most architectural historians are what are called presentists. What is relevant to them is only interwar architecture that is a kind of nursery slope for modernism. So much so that many students believe that it was a major part of interwar architecture, even although the most elementary observations shows, as James points out, and he points this out in italics, I have to say I can't speak italics, it should be emphasized that it only represented a very small proportion of a total amount of building that went on at that time. It never ceases to amaze me how apparently visually literate people can be literally blinded by dogma. Now, one of the most important myths James demolishes is the narrative that traditional architecture has been the exclusive favorite of oppressive regimes, and that modernism was therefore persecuted as their enemy, being liberal and democratic. This comes up again and again, and it has taken James's German scholarship and research to finally and comprehensively blow this out of the water. As he points out, I quote, many Bauhausler had no obvious qualms about serving autocratic regimes. The National Socialists were ambivalent, and to put it mildly, concerning architecture, and countless modernist buildings were erected during the Third Reich. He does not cover Mussolini to the same extent, but I need to only mention Giuseppe Ceragni's Casa del Fascio in Como, with its blank wall for a huge flag of Mussolini's face, now an early modernist icon, but conveniently renamed and depoliticized as Palazzo Ceragni. My favorite quotation, much quoted from Mies van der Rohe, and as discovered by James, and I quote, the architecture is the will of the epoch translated into space, was repeated almost verbatim by Hitler in 1938. Nice one, that one. Thank you, James. Moving on to another myth or false narrative that James dismantled, and interests me in particular, was the modernist claim that they're aligned with science. As James pointed out, I quote, none of the key players, including Gropius, in what became the modern movement or the new architecture, had even basic scientific training. All their limited knowledge came from their general schooling. And any science they did know was the strictly 19th century mechanistic sciences of steam and rudimentary internal combustion engines. Le Corbusier's obsession with the primitive technology of automobiles, aeroplanes, and screw-driven ships were hardly modern at all. Indeed, there's individuals who made portentous announcements about the scientific objectivity, etc., of modern architecture, had hardly any understanding of what real science was or what it involved. Very important. This claim that modernism is not only up to date, but somehow objectively better, because it's part of modern science and technology, has persisted. Indeed, James lays the very foundations of dystopia at its feet. Intolerant dogmatism, lip service to scientific principles, without an understanding of what science is, and pretenses to be objective, have begotten an inhumane world they threaten to impose their global dystopia on us all. In reality, these claims to be using the latest scientific advances, and in particular the latest technology, because architecture has to be constructed using technology, is wholly symbolic. This symbolic expression found its apogee in the architectural style that was called high tech, thereby claiming not only to be using the latest technology, but some superior or high version of it. Whereas the style was just a Baroque form of modernism, it's found its current manifestation in the claim to follow the latest digital technology by taking on the mathematical name for a formula that uses variable coordinates to calculate complex forms, it's in parametrics. Now, insanely impractical and expensive buildings based on hard-to-construct complex curves generated in computer programs is called parametricism. And this sounds impressive. Arcane, who understands it really, technical and modern. And these are used for so-called iconic buildings, which the high priest of parametricism I mentioned before, Patrick Schumacher, claims to have a special place in the architectural cosmos that the huge expense is justified. In 1987, the peak moment of high-tech, 1 year after the completion of Richard Rogers' Lloyd's building in London, I believe that building inside-out building, which in spite of its claims for flexibility was incredibly impractical, was not based on a proper understanding of technology. So I embarked on a year or more of research into technology as a phenomenon. This was published in 1989 and delivers a lecture at the RIB in the same year. Again, I won't go into this article at too much length, but it follows James's key principle, demolish false claims with scholarship. And that's, I think, a very important message. I'll highlight 3 points from my paper, 2 more obvious, 1 more theoretical. Technology delivers no aesthetic or form, it's simply a matter of practicality. The world is not technology-driven, there is no will in technology. All it does is give you what you want, better or cheaper. And the key one is what you want. The third is what I call the skeuomorph principle. I have to explain this a bit. A skeuomorph is an archaeological term for a product that imitates its technological predecessors. The first use of clay vessels was lining baskets, so the first decoration of entirely clay vessels was to look like baskets. The skeuomorph principle, which I put forward, is that all products carry with them the history of their own technology. This was first formulated in 1989, and digital technology was in its infancy. When preparing my more recent PhD in 2020, I thought if the principle is right, it must include the latest technology, digital technology, and I did the research, and it does. Just take my word for it. This is all well received at the time, even by the then chief propagandist of high-tech, Martin Pauly, author of Theory and Design in the Second Machine Age. And as with James's work, this shows the power of good scholarship. I claim good scholarship here. It's very hard to argue against it, unless with more scholarship. As I said earlier, following James, most architectural theory is shallow, sloganizing groupthink. It is, as Branko Mitrovic has so wittily shown, fraud. Perhaps the irony of all this for me is what it earned me respect with the modernist establishment, and many became and remain friends. James could never quite deal with this, actually. He thought I ought to treat them as enemies. But I've worked on the principle it's harder to insult a friend than a stranger, and this makes it easier to gain respect for your views. Anyway, that's my view. But at least we both share the love of scholarship, and I think James's dicta from making dystopia, this should be carved on the door of every architecture school. I quote, I just found this fantastic. Study opens doors and leads to further doors that swing open and reveal countless aspects of knowledge. Popular culture distracts, and the more ignorant human beings are of those things that make life beautiful and easier the easier they are to control. There can be far more than life than being a spectator with delusions there is nothing else. I think that is the most fantastic statement. It's so great to find these in books. So I'll end now, so probably my time is up. I'll end with James's latest book, The Life and Work of Thomas Wilbert Dern. I'm not going to discuss its content so much as its core purpose, to reveal the work of a good architect bypassed by history. As James says in the preface, much of the 19th century built fabric in these islands did not spring from the drawing boards of big names, but from those of great many relatively unknown provincial architects, surveyors and engineers, some of whose work I've studied and revealed in publications. It is one of the great privileges of our profession, particularly those of us with a sound knowledge of architectural history. In every village, town and city, architects of the past can speak to us. So often I find myself in front of a very good piece of architecture, often smaller than I'm assuming. I came across one in Adelaide in Australia, totally out of the blue. I'll never know the architect. I mean, I probably could do a bit of research, but one generally doesn't. And these are one of the many great many relatively unknown provincial architects to whom we owe a great debt. It's a huge credit to James that he dedicated the last years of his life to honoring one such architect. It is a fact that we will all be forgotten sometime. Architects are quite lucky in this respect. There's a good chance at least something of our design will take us into the future. But most of our buildings don't carry our name. My only hope is that one day some unknown passerby will be inspired by something I have designed, but may never know my name. That's my only hope in life, really. But we're all here to celebrate and to make sure that James's remarkable scholarship takes us into a better future, the better future he so craved. At least books carry the name of the authors. And I'm sure James's breadth, erudition, and scholarship will be remembered for many years to come. And one way to make sure is for all of us to fight for his ambition to dismantle dystopia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. You hit so many nails right on the head. I have to say, looking at this set of books that we just had up there, that I have 2 or 3 of them on my desk as references because they are so useful. The idea of demolishing false claims with scholarship, I think, is a really, really deep instruction for some of our method. And the history timeline that Robert gave us from the postmodernist days in the 80s all the way to whatever is going on now. Thank you very much for that. The dog. I think that's, I hope that he will accompany us, or the dogs will accompany us through these days. I want to invite Alexander Stoddart. I don't know much about sculpture. I've known Sandy for, I don't know, 20 years actually. But his work is some of the most moving and revealing of humanity that there is these days and maybe any day. So please come up and share with us some of your spirits. Thank you. Thank you.
It's muted. It's muted. So, yeah, I drew this wee drawing years ago, just a little sketch in the sketchbook. Now, I'm not going to imitate Curl and his manner and delivery, but I think that now the Great Spirit has departed, we have a duty incumbent upon us to keep buggering on and to keep our irascible sense of impatience with the cant, superstition, and fiction of that culture that says architecture has to be compliant and to reflect its time. Our time is dire. The whole point of architecture is to deflect its time. Architecture should be like a force field that saves us from any contamination by karaoke. So in the spirit of Curl's absolutely forensic analysis of the world, I come along, influenced greatly by him, and I see this work here, and I think it's lovely. It was decapitated in the 60s, the Danish police. Very good. They put the murder squad in the case. It was done by some artist of no significance who was complaining against bad official art. But the problem is we can't really like it because there's a detail that's irksome. This makes my life, for instance, really annoying. It's by Hansen. You see, the problem is her fins and her tail are made of sculpture, and her knee and her lips and her hair, it's all made of sculpture. But the stone she sits on is a real stone. That is annoying, because there is no sufficient barrier between the depiction of something and the actual thing itself. The most egregious example of this mistake is the Iwo Jima Memorial, the Marines Memorial in Washington, D.C. You know the piece? There's about 5 or 6 of them putting up a flimsy flag. Do you know it? You know the thing. You see, in it, all the boots are made of sculpture, the helmets, the grins, or not the grins, but the determined jaws. But unfortunately, the flag is a real flag that hangs limp in the airs of the Potomac and will not correspond or cooperate with the heroic action, albeit mob-handed, of the figures beneath. Now, this is the one time in which I've given a talk where I haven't mentioned his name. Sorry, that's the wrong way. So this influence of Curl, it really can spoil our day, because I just want to enjoy the Little Mermaid. And my day is further contributed because the bust that I made of him many, many years ago sits in the porch of my house. You can see the house has got a storage problem here. My my assistant Lindsay has forbidden me to take any further statuary up into the house for fear of the foundations. But you can see that there he is, Curl Aetatis 56. It's not a bad image of him, actually. And it comes and reproaches me each day that I come home. No crap. Yeah. Today were you sound? Well, talk about crap. Now here, Bob, indeed, is the Casa del Fascio, Tiragne's great masterpiece. His brother was the Ras of the fascists in Como, and Tiragne was an enthusiastic fascist. In fact, his business went to the dogs because he couldn't be bothered being back home. He wanted to fight for Germans, the German side on the Russian Eastern Front. He actually went there full of enthusiasm. When you go and visit this building, you'll always see a group of plonkers standing in front of it, being photographed. These are sound chaps, but they just stand in for that. And you often see small modernist couples, a man and a woman. They wear the same clothing, the black polo neck. It's a sort of priestly look. And this has become a great, people go and genuflect before it, but they don't really have much of a clue about what it really is. Now, here's my downstairs toilet. Here, that's Roger Scruton in that picture there, that bust. And you must always have a photograph of the Casa del Fascio in your toilet. And there it is. And we can see from this design here that its basic ethos is the new fascist regime is completely transparent. Nothing is behind closed doors. Thus, and you can see it from the above, it is transparent front to back. It is a democrat. We've heard all this cant before, haven't we? Democratic domes, etc. If you can see through something, then everything's clear and virtuous. In the old days, we put up barriers, and we didn't pretend to anything else. This is Paisley Museum, which is by Honeyman, John Honeyman, a great Glasgow architect, much influenced by Greek Thomson. You can see the isolated Enantis column here, very Thomson-y. And it's recently being, they've taken down the railings, of course. That had to go because that's a barrier, significantly. Although maybe it does indeed form some decorative, as it were, prelude. Do you know what the whole cornice is all about? There's a vertical going up, and that's the wall, and there's this soffit going like this, and that's the ceiling. In order to not have a rude and ungentlemanly interface between these two elements, there's a hesitational arrangement of horizontals, verticals, horizontals. They're all the niceties. Good morning. How do you do? Before we just go bang like that. So the railings function in this way as well. Also, they are fancy, and thus they give a very agreeable introduction to the building at of the building to the quotidian aspect of the street. Now they're building onto it a welcome pavilion, because the idea is that this is totally intimidating. This is in Paisley. You remember that guy that set about a terrorist at Glasgow Airport called Smeaton? And he said, "You don't come here and alter our way of life. If you try to, we will set about you." Paisley's the have-a-go centre of the universe. It takes more than a wee pro-style facade like this to frighten us. But it certainly does terrify the architects who claim it intimidates. For the simple reason, as Nietzsche said, they do not like it because they are not up to it. Who has ever answered like that? So now we're getting this mess. Do you know that Dyson you bought that lies on its side under the stairs? It never fully worked. We have this, the apse that was there to as it were, a holding piece before the next part of the building was to be built, is now being mimicked in a mocking way by this red thing coming close to it. And of course it's red because Paisley's got a great reputation as a centre of political radicalism. Red. Now, Let's see. While this has been built, we're given this agitprop. Ex cathedra statements made by this architect lady, and she says there will be a vibrant conversation between history and modernity. Vibrant conversation translates as howling, screaming match. And she doesn't really actually tell us which is history and which is modernity, because this looks far more historically located in a much smaller zone than any of this does. This looks historically capable of going back to ancient Attica, this side. But this looks very localized to something within 100 years. So there we go, we're told that. Now, back to Copenhagen again. Sorry about it, I'm rather rubbing your nose in it. This is my daughter, Clara. And the idea of barriers and divisions being good for us in the context of this kind of thing is that it frustrates a certain appetitiousness in us, that what appears in the world should be automatically accessible by us, ours by right. We are privileged and entitled to be able to fondle these things, climb in them, whatever you want. So pedestals, for instance, aren't allowed. You go to the Scandinavian countries generally, and you will find an extreme sophistication that, in fact, doesn't allow for the banning of this. The Siegfried Wagner's two lore players there. And then look up there at the ridge beside the bear of the Rat House in Copenhagen. There's a small bronze figure. There's a series of them right along there. We'll never see them more, but they're made in full diligence, conscientiously, and as it were, gifted to the heavens. There are some people, the world is divided between people that will marvel at that and think a greater miracle of generosity has not been achieved. And then there are others who say, well, that's no use because I can't see it. So they have no idea what the ancients are doing when they took their prized dress weapon and hurled it into the bog to sink down in honor of the god, just waiting for some archaeologist with a bleeper thing to come out, and not one of them, having excavated it, ever threw it back in. Well, barriers, of course, we don't rather like them. I've had barriers erected against me all my career for being, well, somebody that is known to have kept diplomatic channels open with the dead, the last unemancipated social group. This is yeah, it's terrible. We're all dead. I'm not half dead myself, actually. And some of my best friends are dead. Now, this is the barrier that goes behind the Spanish enclave of Melilla on Morocco. And by any standards, it's an ugly thing. We don't like that. And here's Trump's barrier down in America. It looks a bit like a Turner Prize winning. Do you know what I mean? I'm thinking kind of Richard Serra here, or maybe a toughened up Christo. God, what was all that about? Rap the Reichstag. Rap Christo. And then we have other marvelous walls. This is Hadrian's Wall. No, yes, Hadrian's Wall here, and then the Antonine Wall. See at the end of it, that's where I live, just above the N. And the Romans somehow knew that that was the tightest tarbit on the country. How did they know that? You know, how didn't they start there and end there? They seem to know so much about geography. They circumnavigated. Anyway, so these are interesting and heroic walls. Beyond them was the land of the Caledonians, which were untamable. They just couldn't do anything with it. And the reason was because Scotland at that time was thronging with midges. And the mosquitoes playing at it compared with the Scots midge. And it was also a jungle. It was just like the Amazon. It was impassable. So that was the end of it. Then you have other dividers, like the screens in the great cathedrals of the old time, when we kept the lay people out to this side so that the divine mutter could go ahead. And the priest, of course, was turned in the same direction towards the altar as the congregation behind him. Then Vatican II came along, and the priest turned. And suddenly, the congregation became an audience. and the priest is beginning to tell jokes about golf. This is remarkable because this is a screen, and James Stevens Curl was very, very precious about this. It's a real treasure, Glasgow Cathedral, and this is a screen that actually survived the Reformation. So it's a very valuable thing in Scottish culture. And it's still surviving to this day, even though screens are still coming down all over. Then there's the question of the screen between the living and the dead. This is Glasgow Necropolis. It's by far and away the finest burial grounds in these islands. Kensal Green is minor in comparison with this picturesque assembly. Curl was very keen in it. He, when I first knew him, we went up there together to look at it. And you can see that there's a barrier between it. That's the course of the Mollendiner Burn through here, which was culverted, and John Knox Street was laid in. That's a statue of John Knox up there. It's called the Bridge of Sighs. It's by David Hamilton, very fine classical architect, the father of the profession in Glasgow. He was a stonemason at first, but then became an architect. And it's an access route, but it's also a division too, because of its strangeness, its outlandish leaping quality. Then we get other kind of divisions that make life so much more manageable. So this is the division of the proscenium arch, the barrier between what goes on in there. This is a Frank Matcham theatre in Glasgow, the King's Theatre. Absolutely outstanding. And so he makes, as it were, a celebratory dividing line, the proscenium arch, between the world of the theatrical performance and the world of the audience, so that something divides the two to allow the audience to suspend its disbelief and believe that it is looking into a terminological phenomenon, a world within a world. That's what you call a play. Theatre, especially in the modern sense of the word, is quite different. Everybody seems to stand akimbo towards the audience and be acutely aware of the presence of the audience. Another form of this dissolution of the divider between the play, between art and the audience, nature, is the form of the pantomime. So the pantomime is a breach of that proscenium arch, as it were, division. In sculpture, this is a statue I made many years ago. This is John Witherspoon, sixth president of the Princeton University. In Scotland, we make divisions between the world of the statue, him standing there, and the world of us running along here. And in Scotland, we make big pedestals, really big, not only in terms of scale up the way, but in terms of footprint. Excuse me. A copy of that was sent to Princeton University, where its head's on the line. It's about to be taken down, we think, because of Witherspoon's involvement. Well, he had 2 slaves as part of his presidency of Princeton. He also actually started the age of the Atlantic revolutions, but that doesn't melt much ice these days. So, big pedestals like that to divide from the world. And one of the reasons for this is simple logic. You see, a pedestal, a statue does nothing. That's its whole point. It's completely still and at best completely dead. Everything is rooted so that movement is not celebrated. But our world is the world of the living and the moving. Aristotle says this. He says, in the end, life is defined as movement. Above all, movement. If somebody's lying on the ground, you rush to see that they make a slight movement, and if they do, great relief. We're really looking for movement on Mars. That is, when we lift the stone up, we want to see something scuttling away. That's absolutely convincing. But the statue doesn't move, and it refuses to forever. And for this reason, some people believe it is an affront to life itself. And this is the psychological origin of iconophobia, much of what we're seeing nowadays. I had it as a child, a fear of a livid little reduction of the Venus de Milo that sat in the corner of the stairs in the house in Elderslie. It terrified me, the thought of it not moving with its sightless eyes. Little did I think I spend my whole life trying to deal with that and make more of them. This is Walter Scott. Statues have to be big, of course, because, they're far away. And this is George Square. And except for the Scott and the War Memorial, they have succeeded in eradicating all the statuary here. So we're becoming image-free in our big central places. It's a disaster. The one in here, for instance, is Thomas Graham. He's an imperial colonial monster. That's the argument for taking all these things down. Well, actually, no, he wasn't. He was a scientist and a chemist, and he invented the chemistry behind kidney dialysis. So down with his image. So this is the kind of problem that we're dealing with now. And it's all in a cause to make things more accessible. Take them down. If everybody can't be on a pedestal, then nobody's on a pedestal. Right, other wee images of division here. I bought this painting by the Scottish Impressionist George Houston, Loch Fyne. And I sit and look at it and I think, where did painting go? If you look at the corner of it, you'll see how we've actually put a frame round it as well. It's the proscenium arch with a bit across the bottom yet again. What's happening here is that on that road, there will never be any car crash. Nobody will come out, no child will run out of that drive and be in danger. That boat there will never sink. It won't even set sail, and no fish will have died in this picture. In other words, the painting is like a heaven of no action and no trouble. Let's just look at it again. See, there it is. The rain won't fall. The trees won't rustle. The leaves won't fall. This is why still life is such a marvelous thing, because the fish won't rot. And that's one of the reasons why still life is also a highly despised artistic idiom these days, because it doesn't take part in the dialectic necessity, the bloody Hegelian triad. Anyway, so in honor of this heavenly and soteriological quality that the painting has, we put a pearly gate around it in the form of a golden portal. And we decorate it with our favorite things, particularly plant details, as we would adorn a sacred image. Well, these are the hills of home. So remember the Antonine Wall on the western side? Well, that's where it starts, just across there on the Clyde, the River Clyde. When you look to the ideas of division, and we've talked about this earlier, just to finish, the idea of distance. 'Tis distance lends enchantment to the view and clothes the distant hills in azure hue, as Thomas Campbell, the poet, wrote in The Pleasures of Hope. His statue has also been eradicated from George Square in Glasgow. So we value distance. Sometimes it's called the pathos of distance. We look across there because it's hard for us to attain that. As we come closer to here, closer to ourselves in a picture, everything becomes more fluid, more timely, more changeable. Whereas the further we go away, ultimately unto the horizon, so things become less changeable. And we get the startling sensation that on that horizon is largely unchanged, in fact, entirely unchanged, since the days of a little saint called Patrick, who had his cell just down in there, just there, and who went away to Ireland to become Saint Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland. He came from Scotland. This is the old Kilpatrick Hills. And so Patrick, when he was on this side, would see that land mass the same. And that's very moving. Unfortunately, this area now is a famous area for, so I believe, the modern nocturnal sport of dogging, which fairly disenchants. So this is one of the reasons, the value that we hold to the hill profile. This is why we hate this sort of stuff. Because what it does is it completely disenchants that immutable, still landscape mass. Fingal never saw that. but we have to put up with it, waving away, advocating how much the Scottish Parliament is ticking the boxes for renewable energy. Well, the pathos of distance, it was the expression used by Friedrich Nietzsche. I just thought I'd put this picture of him up without the tash. God, big problems. So Nietzsche is the one that starts this idea, that's Friedrich's, Caspar David Friedrich's much earlier picture, this idea of the pathos of distance. Nietzsche is the first to say this. And this picture is really the embodiment of that idea. The pathos of distance, what Nietzsche thinks, he thinks it's to do with a certain pathetic and, in the correct sense of the word, knowledge of your distance as a superior creature above all the other young ones down there in Sils Maria, X number of meters above Bayreuth. There's a certain different pathos of distance that is more physical and architectural. Interesting parallelism here. See, shoulders seem to appear up there again. Hodler did this as well. Well, it all comes from a revolutionary fervour. This is the very end now, where they all start doing away with barriers. And this is the Oath of the Tennis Courts by Jacques-Louis David. And one thing you'll notice is that a fundamental barrier that keeps us all sane and decent is being systematically breached here and celebrated for the first time. Because if you look at it, there's an awful lot of neck or breast bearing going on here. It's dressed down Friday. See, look at them. You see, and this is dodgy. Now, I've got a theory about this, that the head, you see, is the temple of reason and intellect. And all civilized get-ups try to make a substantial division between the head, which is reason, and the corporeum, the rest of the body, which is really dominated by the activities and quests of the HQ, and that's what a beard's for, because a beard is there to remind you in the midst of the embassy of reason and intellect of the business end. As Schopenhauer said, the beard, being half a mask, should be outlawed by the police. Also, as a sexual symbol firmly positioned in the middle of the face, it is also obscene. So we see this idea of the déshabillé look, the negligé look, actually becoming part of the greatest. It's Copenhagen again. And here's Thorvalds, and he's dressing himself, you see, in a way that signifies a freedom. Befreiung, as they'd say in German. And he's telling a lie here about how you make sculpture. You don't carve it directly like that, but his name's Thor, so there's got to be a hammer involved in it somewhere. So he's got his chest open, and this is in a demonstration of increased sincerity, perhaps. Whereas Louis XIV here, well, he's got a proper set of barriers coming up here. It's really quite substantial, and it's all contrived to make the head look as small as possible, therefore as distant as possible from all the base corporeum beneath. Right, so here we've got a modern example of this. This is King William the Silent of the Low Countries, and he has this famous ruff that makes one of the most savage divisions between the face and the body. And here, however, on the other hand is, what's his name? Jacob Rees-Mogg. And he's wearing a collar and tie fastidiously, because that's about as most you can do nowadays in decency, to make that little cordon sanitaire between the nut and the body. And then we see the great Jascha Heifetz here, for whom Korngold wrote his mighty violin concerto. And this is why the violin can never be cool, because the violin forms a planular division between the head and the body. This is why we always felt in the context of jazz that Stefan Grappelli felt distinctly uncomfortable. Whereas I think this might be Andy Mackay of Roxy Music. And he's playing the saxophone. Now, the saxophone, you see, is a complete division of this, or a dissolution of this division, and that's why it's so cool. because in one serpentine line, it connects the mouth, the gob, you know, the thing that all things you regret comes out of. It connects it with a single line that goes down to the groin area and then rises once again in ichthyphalic triumph to ejaculate a brassy hoot. The saxophone should be abolished immediately. I think that's the end. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So good.
I think you understand why I really, really like Sandy. There are few people who tell the truth in a more acceptable way. And you learn so much every single time. I want to introduce Anders, who is the reason we are all here and the reason we have been coming back year after year and the reason that James came here. Anders is an extraordinary presence who has attracted people in Norway and people from outside of Norway through his authenticity to come and be part of an architectural uprising and a new traditional architecture conversation, which in the last 3 years previously, James completely dominated, pretty much from, aside from the podium, from the cafe down there where he drank us all under the table and taught us in the grand manner of teaching, which is open conversation. Anders has an interest in ornament that is nothing short of compulsive. And I think that where at first I thought it was a shallow, personal interest in ornament, which is the effect of architecture, not a cause of any sort. He has used it as a lever to access the teaching, the transmission of knowledge and skill and craft in ways that I think are increasingly meaningful. And in our own research, we discovered that hands occupy half the brain. So here's somebody who's actually engaging with the whole person. Anders.
Can you hear me? Is the sound okay? Yes, so this talk is, you wonder why this talk? It's a talk about rebuilding the teaching of ornament from 1884 in Oslo, then called Christiania, about a teacher, Norwegian teacher, half German, half and quarter English, Herman Major Schirmer. So why this? Well, this I talked about this in May, 1 year ago, exactly. And James said, yeah, this was really important. You have to do something with it. And he offered to help me. So he sent me a letter, read the first 80 pages of a version. So this is probably the latest supervised work he did in his life. It was done in June 2025. I tried to mark up the few pages in red and hope that all makes sense, because it's pretty awful as it stands. The worst bit is all near the start. As the book proceeds, it gets better, but tends to read a bit like a list. So maybe he regretted accepting to supervise it, because these are the first 2 pages bombarded with red. But now the book, which also Christiane Salge has seen some, except Elisabeth Seip has looked into, is starting to, it's not 80 pages, it's 400 pages. And there's large chunks of this story that has been digged up after he died. So I'm going to present this today. and take the story back to ornament teaching, because it started really with a man called a Danish researcher, a Danish artist, painter, coming to Norway, Johannes Flintoe. That was the real start. And the school was established in 1818, and they didn't have enough material, so the school's administration wanted the teachers to draw themselves. So these drawings were commissioned probably in 1828, and then drawn a few in the early 1830s by Johannes Flintoe. And this is another example of how he would teach ornament back in the 1830s, 1840s, outlining and then detailing, and then at the end putting on the detailed drawings of the acantus and band ornaments, and at the end watercoloring the drawing to give the three-dimensional effects. So Johannes Flintoe was collaborating heavily with a German professor that had a position in Copenhagen, Gustav Hertz. So this is the first 6 pages in utdrag, except samples from the drawing, the art of drawing, by Gustav Friedrich Hertz. They were good friends. Johannes Flintoe was able to consolidate his position advocating for arts. He wanted the drawing school in Christiania to be an art school, not just a school for craftsmen. And he got some allies, David Arnesen, Joachim Frisch, and Johan Henrik Nebelong. They were onboarded in the 1839 to 1841. So here are examples of locally produced teaching material by Joachim Frisch. This is a result of a measurement, the 2 drawings. And there were many teachers in the topic of ornament. Christopher Borch took over after the first generation quitted, and then Julius Middleton, he was a sculptor, like you, Sandy, also probably teaching ornament. And this lecture is about Herman Major Schirmer, which played a huge role in this story. So Herman Major Schirmer, he was himself a student at the school, and at the top you can see examples of perspective, understanding three-dimensional objects, and then simple geometrical patterns that could be extended into ornaments. The drawings are from 1862-ish. And he was a really good student. So he was 17 years old when he made this beautiful drawing of the Jupiter, Sonans temple. And it was probably used as part of the teaching materials for the younger students or the students in the following years. And here's another example. Both drawings are A1, and they should be put besides, so they could be used by the succeeding teachers. So here's another example, supervised by probably Julius Middleton or David Andersen. The school had a lot of internal conflicts, so they wanted to. They were arguing all the time: should it be an art school or should it be a school for technicians? And the technicians won, and in 1869 they shut down the ornament teachings officially, but they were teaching. The art teachers still kept up the tradition. So in 1884, a new director was appointed, and he turned out to be the major enemy of our main character, Herman Schirmer. So he was. I'm sorry. So he was explained as into all this sleepy routine came Wilhelm Holter in the 1880s as the first director, and he thoroughly shook things up, like the Prussian he had become during his long stay in Germany. He moved through the classes like a thunderstorm, frightening the wits out of teachers and students. A general sense of resentment prevailed, but all had to bow. For my part, I was pleased, said Jens Thies, then an art student, for I felt the strict critiques he gave were the real corrections I had ever received. So these pictures here are probably from 1903, 1904. So he tried to get rid of Hermann Schirmer all the time. He tried to kick him out of the school. Here is, after 13 years of teaching, he started taking the students into excursions, trips into the countryside. He was an architect, educated, but he had strong inclinations for arts and also history. So that was his two main interests. So this is a picture taken by I think him. He just put it. I think it had. He could actually. I don't know the word selvutløser, but and what is interesting is how casual all his students are. This is the second trip he had with students in the summertime. Look at the pictures. To the left, we see Hjørdis Grøntoft, the lady. Flirting with Hans Bakker Fürst at the right, and Marie Karsten was the second girl in this tour, looking shocked at Hjørdis Grøntoft. Why do you dare, just standing in a completely different direction? And here's the head teacher, Hermann Major Schirmer, and the assistant teacher, Andreas Holger Sinding Larsen. So here are how the students, Hjørdis Grøntoft and Hans Bakker Fürst, looked later in life. They never married, they never were engaged, they had their own families, completely separated. Here, this is from the same tour. We see these students gathered together in front of the old stabbur. And this is actually Hjørdis' drawing measurement. Hermann Schirmer had a lot of heroes, and although he was half German and sort of distanced himself very much from his obvious biological roots, his father was 100% German, migrating to Norway, and also culturally, his heroes there were a lot of German heroes, like Karl Bötticher, Eduardo Jakob Stahl, Franz Sales Mayer in Karlsruhe, and Josef Durm and Henrik Dolmetsch. But he wanted to lean over to the English side, Hermann. So Owen Jones was one important source, and Louis Forman Day. And Auguste Racinet was French, but also so famous that he could not be excluded. So here are examples of drawings within the books that Hermann Schirmer used in preparation of his course. Should I move it? Books that were available at the school or that he had in his library, private library. So Karl Bötticher was important. He was also he was like the English. He self-proletarized and went in to be a trainee for weaving, in the weaving industry. So the English were very interested in weaving, the ornament teachers, in the late 19th century, but also some Germans, like Karl Bötticher. Owen Jones is very famous for his polychromy, use of colors, but the most important drawing in the grammar of ornament from 1856 is this. It's used heavily in the ornament education in Christiania by Hermann Schirmer and later Osmund Stray, due to explaining skeleton of the ornament, the structural part of the ornament composition. So I'll hurry on. I have looked into the student protocols, and the ornament education stopped for 15, 16 years officially. There were no ornament classes. Ornament teaching was given within other classes, figure class, elementary class. So this is the first page, and there's no grades, and there's very little information. So this was a bumpy road. He fought very hard to get this going, to get this flying. It almost crashed several times, and it almost collapsed several times because he had so few students. So nobody got a grade the first year, and then most of the students from the first year, they followed the second year and got the grade, but the people that did not complete, the rate of students, colored yellow, not completing is quite high. In 1889, he was able to give day class education. So in the beginning, it was in the evening. The drawing school was an evening school-based. The courses were from typically in the evening after work for the apprentices. And in 1885-ish, many classes started to be given in daytime. And the ornament class, when that was given both in daytime and evening time, the students tripled almost. And in the beginning, there was one kind of census that Herman had organized. We'll look at that later on. But already in 1893, 1894, he wanted to split it into a basic course and an advanced course. And just by the shift of the century, he physically separated the courses. The students in these classes were painters, decoration painters, masons, architecture, builder, drawers were the second largest groups. Teachers, wood carvers, military officers, and typographers, gilders. There was a huge variety in the professions that followed these classes. And here is a graph showing how the student population varied over time. So the painters were present from the beginning, but then Herman Schirmer wanted to make two changes. He wanted to have women taking the course. He pushed for getting women, and also architecture students into his ornament classes. That was very important for him. So female students entered the class in 1887, and were always important for him to keep to have in class. And here we can see a student protocol. The first four names there are women, so they huddle together. So the registration is that you line up before the first in the first lecture in order to register. So although the many so there are many men, they stick together, the female students. This was amidst historicist architecture, and although a lot of the material has been destroyed, burned, thrown, lost, there are a few plates made by the teacher to be used in the classroom that have survived. So these are examples of his plates. And this is the pictures, the drawings here are from Josef Durm's book, which and Josef Durm was one German professor that Herman Schirmer absolutely adored, as you can see here. So Josef Durm gives an exercise in his book, Baukunst der Griechen, and then as a 41-year-old, the teacher solves the solution here. He thought that it was so fun. And here are examples of student experiments that have survived. Watercoloring, 5 minutes, good. And how to, using a paper to lay over a pattern. So the basic course was elementary, consisted of 3 parts, at least from 1889. A, the toolkit, skeleton, and general structure ornament without regard to style periods. Very important to give the toolbox. Inspired typically by Franz Sales Mayer's very systematic way of presenting ornaments. And then B, stylize plants. Learn how to draw plants naturalistically and then stylize them. And then C, applied ornamental theory, application of ornament in different style periods with regard to the different disciplines. So this C part here, that is what he's expanding into the advanced ornament 2 classes. Here's an example by Holger Sinnim Larsen that I also showed last year, which shows the A part. You draw beautiful flowers and you stylize them here. This is made here, his assistant teacher, then student, did it in a kind of Pompeian style, but the flowers here are Norwegian flowers. So the education, the volume of teaching was typically 2-hour lecture every day for 1 course. So if he gave 2 courses, so it will typically be 4-hour teaching every day in the work week. And here more examples of Hermann Schirmer's own plates used in teaching Egyptians, how to explaining how to draw naturalistic a little bit and then stylize immediately. There are, and some more plates, Greek architecture, polychrome. And he also reported the students' productions, how many plates they have done. So here are 3 top students from 1893, Lilla Hansen, later very famous, Carl Linto, and Jørgen Haslev Berner. Elin Petersson, typical example of how they would do the basic of the ornament to the start of the advanced ornament class, and more Egyptian patterns derived from plates made by Schirmer. So these are students' works by Jørgen Haslev Berner. And it was not a fairy tale during the teachings. So the assistant teacher, he was complaining. And here we see the 19-year the assistant teacher complaining. Trygve Grønn was lazy and untalented, 1895. The construction apprentice Eine Engelstad was indifferent and untalented. The construction apprentice Victor Ekman was denied continuation because of laziness. 12th March 1895. And even the head teacher's nephew was not lifted, lazy. And the construction student Theodor Wilhelm Thorne was so lazy that it's rare to find from 1897. And here are also some examples. The left and the right drawing are examples of the A part, very basic start of the ornament class, the stylization part. She later married to Hermann Schirmer. She fell in love, and then he was very defensive and reluctant and passive because she was 27 years younger, or 26 years younger. So he feared rumors and gossip at the institution by the other male teachers. But she finally succeeded, and they married in 1906, when he was over 60 years old. So he wanted to push this into splitting it into basic education, and then form and style 1, form and style 2, 3. So he made a hierarchy of this. So now I'm approaching the end. Here, a typical picture of Schirmer standing smoking between 2 female students with a portable drawing table. And a typical picture where you see Schirmer very protective to the female students, standing close to them. This is from 1901 in the sister churches Uppland. And ornament classes was very central. A freehand class, the beginning course in drawing was the most important. Every course at the drawing school depended on that. And then perspective was the second most important. And then ornament class had a lot of dependencies out. So that.
You're showing fabulous work.
Yeah, I did.
Tell me, please, what are the one or two most important things that you have pulled out of this for yourself?
Nothing for myself, but this is a huge teaching topic that has been lost throughout Europe. So it should be reconstructed. It's so much didactical intelligence and experience built into the ornament teaching. So I think it should be reconstructed by somebody.
Well, I actually think that the three speakers have covered really in a beautiful fashion an overview of some of the topics that James covered. And thank you for the beautiful telling of the work in the style of James Stevens Curl, looking at a single topic, the barriers, or are they actually portals of how we frame that which we see. And I think that what attracted James to your work is the scholarship, because at the end of the day, the only way to demolish false claims is through scholarship. So thank you, all three. And my job is just to stay on time, and we are on time.
We are on time. So can I get some sound? So then this picture can just stand, because now we can date it. It's Schirmer himself standing in the classroom. Here is the Marie Selmer drawing. We are going to have it's made in the same
Class.
In the same class, the same exact class. We are going to have a break now. There will be a concert here, and we have food and things to drink. So we take a break of 1 hour. after the next break, go and eat more. We have a lot of things to eat and drink. Next chair is Astrid, the oldest daughter of James.
Thank you, Anders. We just wait. Oh, there we go. Okay, just waiting for it all to reboot. Is the sound okay for everybody? Yeah, great. Okay, lovely. Okay, my father, James Stevens Curl, was a brilliant man. We've heard about some of his talents, and we'll hear more as the day goes on. I'm not going to go into detail about his many publications, his academic accomplishments, or the recognition he received with his awards, including the President's Medal of the British Academy in 2017 and the Arthur Ross Award in 2019 in the United States. But I am going to talk about what my father means to me, what he was like at home, how I remember him. But first things first. My father was born in Belfast, in Northern Ireland, in March 1937, to Sarah McKinney from Jordanstown and George Stevens Curl from London. He was educated at Campbell College and then Queen's University in Belfast, before moving to Oxford, where he finished his architectural training. In 1960, he married Eileen Blackstock, whom he met when she was a medical student in Belfast. They moved to Oxfordshire and had 2 daughters, Ingrid and me. Do we have Scandinavian roots? You might well wonder. None whatsoever, I'm afraid. Our names, Astrid and Ingrid, were chosen because in 1960s Britain, they could not be defined as traditionally Protestant or Catholic. Astrid, in particular, was extremely unusual in England in the 1960s and could not be associated with a particular background, which was important to my parents, who'd left their Northern Irish backgrounds behind when they moved to Oxford. Daddy's passion for the architecture of death, in particular churches and cathedrals, graveyards and tombstones, dominated our childhood, with weekends spent having picnics in graveyards, while he photographed the funerary monuments that formed the basis of many of his publications. His Lichfield Cathedral, and a very small me, Brompton Cemetery, and a bigger me, and Ingrid and I happily playing among some gravestones. We could not drive past a church without Daddy stopping suddenly, us all jumping out the car, and then would follow a quick lecture on the architectural features before heading off to the next church en route. As a young child, it was fascinating, if exhausting. As a teenager, it was perhaps a little more challenging. Daddy had limitless energy, while the rest of us rather trailed behind sometimes. We lived in Oxford in a 1960s flat, then a 1960s house, and then we moved to Glasgow in the 1970s and lived in a Victorian terraced house. Then we moved to Winchester, where we lived in a Regency-style terraced house. As a teenager in Winchester, my friends were intimidated by my father. Scared is too strong, mainly because, as they said, he looked like a Russian spy, which I guess he did. He always had a beard, which was unusual in the 1960s and 70s, and dressed immaculately, usually in a 3-piece tweed suit, tie, and gold watch chain. Not that Russian spies look like that, who knows, but he certainly looked different and was different to other fathers that we came across. Pets, especially dogs, were important to my father, with his first dog, Judy, being very loved. Although perhaps not as much as he adored Dachshunds, especially our dog, Fritz. Daddy could often be seen around Winchester walking with Fritz. Our home was always filled with music. My father's huge collection of classical records and CDs were constantly played. He delighted in entertaining us with his choice of Mozart, Max Reger, Schubert, or J.S. Bach, as he would always say, to distinguish him from Johann Christian Bach, Johann Sebastian's son. His knowledge of classical music was almost as great as his knowledge of architecture. At least that's how it seemed to me. He was also an excellent pianist, and wherever we lived, there had to be room for his grand piano. As a child, I loved watching my father and his father playing duets on piano and organ in my grandparents' music room in Northern Ireland. At home, it was me trying to keep up with him on my violin, and I'm sorry, Sandy, it wasn't a saxophone now, while he played the piano. At first, I was hopeless, but with time and his encouragement and an awful lot of practice, I got better, to the point where we both enjoyed daily duets. However, our father had no tolerance for pop music. Ingrid and I were given radios one Christmas by our uncle, Daddy's younger brother. We must have been about 12 and 10 years old. And of course, we relished listening to Radio Luxembourg under the bed covers. Having our radios on in the kitchen or living room wasn't an option. The house rules were clear. Tolerance was never our father's strength. He told me that when he was a lecturer at Leicester, he threatened to throw a student's cassette player out of the window because Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody was blaring out continuously. Life at home was studious. Our parents encouraged academic excellence and the love of books. Sport didn't feature, nor did television. In fact, we didn't have a television until I was about 12. So it was all about reading, studying, music, and eating good food. Both our parents instilled in us the importance of working and of choosing a career that we were passionate about. Daddy frequently said that work was the most important element of life and that being happy at work was crucial. Certainly, we observed him working all the time, which he continued to do all his life. His enthusiasm for buildings has rubbed off on both Ingrid and me. The cathedral is my first port of call in any new city, and I try and look upwards to really see the architecture wherever I am. The buildings, combined with the most hospitable pubs serving real beer and restaurants serving good food and wine, are what I seek out, following his example. He preferred a pub with real beer on draft and a simple ploughman's lunch or charcuterie board to fine dining. And why not when he always had excellent food at home? Both my mother and Dorota, my father's second wife, are excellent cooks. My choice of career was shaped by both parents, studying medicine first and working as a junior doctor in the NHS in the 1980s, following in my mother's footsteps. However, I found I needed more creativity in my work and found my niche at the medical journal, The Lancet, where I spent 30 very happy and productive years as an editor. When I told my father that I wanted to leave the career structure of being a doctor, he encouraged me to pursue alternatives and was delighted when I found my home at The Lancet. Family was also important, and my father often spoke of his father's influence upon him, instilling in him a love of music in particular. He was close to his first cousins, seeing them regularly when he moved back to Northern Ireland to be with Dorota, whom he married in 1993 after a whirlwind romance which proved to be a strong and loving partnership. Despite their both working in Leicester for many years, they met in Northern Ireland at a lunch party in Hillsborough. Daddy and Dorota's 33 years together were marked by enormous creativity and productivity in work for both of them. They enjoyed hosting guests at their house near Belfast, always giving marvellous dinner parties with superb food cooked by Dorota, accompanied, of course, by excellent claret. Ingrid and I, Dorota's 2 sons, and our families, Daddy and Dorota have 8 grandchildren between them, have enjoyed many a holiday or long weekend staying in their house with wonderful meals in the evening and visits to country houses, churches, cemeteries, and family graves. He loved writing letters and then migrated enthusiastically to email, as many of us here well know. Keeping up with his emails was impossible, or at least that's what I found. If I replied fairly quickly, a response from him would be almost immediate. Then I would reply, and soon there was a chain of 6 to 8 emails per day. But now, of course, I miss them so much. His grandchildren coped in their different ways with the email mountain. My son, who studied classics at Durham University, enjoyed discussing the finer points of Latin texts with his grandfather and treasured the chess games he played with him and the conversations they had while playing. His eldest granddaughter describes an email she received when she was about to go to Rome with her mother, Ingrid. That email was closer to a dissertation, listing what felt like every church in Rome that was an absolute must-see. It was classic Grandpa, thorough, passionate, completely certain that you needed to know all of it. He gave an itinerary worthy of a postgraduate reading list. And of course he was right. It made the trip. Daddy loved to travel, especially to Germany and Central Europe. He hated flying, though, which resulted in long drives, which he did without a second thought. He could not understand why I still hate long drives, probably because of all those journeys to Northern Ireland from Oxford or Winchester via Stranraer in Scotland to catch the ferry, in order to spend wet summer holidays in Donegal or Christmases with our grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins. Daddy and Dorota travelled to Poland as recently as July last year. They did fly and had terrible experiences with delays, cancellations, and security. Going through security in Amsterdam, my father was asked to remove his trousers, aged 88 years. Apparently, he was suspected of hiding drugs in his knee support bandage. He was appalled, understandably, and swore he would never get on a plane again. Once in Poland, they had a fabulous time, being hosted by Dorota's family in the south, where she is from. My father particularly enjoyed the wonderful food of southern Poland and the excellent beer, all while seeing buildings that he'd been longing to visit. It was a very successful trip, and amazing that they were able to do that just last summer. Publishing continuously from the late 1960s to 3 days before his death, his output was astonishing. He campaigned continuously in support of the beauty of classical architecture, decrying the ugliness of modernism, from his early days writing in the Oxford Mail to his death on November the 5th. He often said that he was most productive after formal retirement from lecturing, publishing numerous books, journal articles, monographs, giving lectures, reviewing countless books, and engaging in protracted email discussions with colleagues and friends around the world. In October, his final book was launched, The Life and Works of Thomas Downes Wilmot Durn, a 19th century British architect. He told us that Durn would be his last book. Sadly, that proved to be true. Completing Durn took a monumental effort, but he did it with Ingrid's help towards the end. On October the 11th, the launch of Durn took place in Cranbrook in Kent. On October the 18th, Daddy and Dorota returned home to Belfast after the long drive from Kent to the Cairn Ryan Belfast boat, his favourite method of crossing the Irish Sea. The following day, they went to the Ulster Hospital, where he was admitted and diagnosed with widespread liver metastases from an unknown primary cancer. He came home at his request on October the 24th, expecting to have some time to sort out his affairs, although he had, of course, prepared so much, including his funeral service in all its detail. He corrected his final set of proofs of an article about the Scottish borders for the Critic, with Ingrid's help. That piece was published on November the 2nd. On November the 5th, Daddy died peacefully at home with Dorota, Ingrid, and me by his side. He died as he lived, at speed and in control. His funeral was at St George's in Belfast on November the 20th. He was buried in St Peter's, Soberton in Hampshire on November the 25th. He loved the Hampshire countryside and found a perfect, peaceful spot in St Peter's. A distant relative, former Bishop of Winchester, Walter Curle, is buried there in the Curle Chapel. Fortunately, there's a favourite pub just opposite. He has designed his own headstone, which will be erected in due course. I miss the bon vivant, the enthusiast, his breadth of knowledge, the conversations, the anecdotes, the love of life, the stubbornness, the strong opinions, and even those emails. My father was a brilliant man, an unconventional father, yes, but loving and supportive, and huge fun. Being with him was always memorable, entertaining and inspiring. He taught me, Ingrid, and his grandchildren the importance of finding a career that you love, the beauty of classical architecture, an appreciation of good food in excellent company, and the pleasure to be found in music and friendship and the value of a loving and supportive family. He will always be with Ingrid and me, guiding and inspiring us. And thanks to all the photographers. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to introduce Alex Peacock now, who met my father just a few years ago when Alex was only 19 years old, so just a couple of years ago, in fact. Alex works in an architectural practice in Belfast. Over to you, Alex. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, just get my PowerPoint up there. Yes, can you hear me okay, yeah? Good. I think this will make it full screen here. Yeah. So, my talk is Passing the Torch of Architectural Beauty, and I've called it that because James took great pleasure in sort of teaching the younger generation his enormous knowledge of classical architecture and the history of architecture and all the beautiful things he loved. And when we met, he saw in me, I suppose, someone who was interested and willing to listen. And of course, he was just full of knowledge, full of excitement to tell me all he knew. And I was always very excited to listen to what he had to say. So the first time I met him, I went to visit his house in County Down, and what immediately struck me was...
Sorry.
Yes?
Is it possible to have it full screen so we don't see the borders?
I think this is because it's a PDF, whereas the other ones were in the form of a PowerPoint, you see, so it's the best you can get. But yeah, the first time we met, I visited his house here in County Down, and this is his office, his library, and to me it is what, defined him for me, his amazing library. And he gave me a great tour of it. He was so excited to show me all these different books, all these different paintings and drawings he had. And this is where, presumably, he wrote all his emails and his articles, and I imagine countless hours spent at this desk. And, recently I went to visit Dorota, and I went to the office, and it's still there, just preserved as he would have, as if he had went to the bathroom and he was going to come back in or something. It was very sad, going to his library, and it's still there, because I really did imagine he would just pop out and, give me a tour, show me something interesting. And there was a few times I'd visit him, and every time there was something in particular he was... Yes, good idea. There was something in particular he was sort of fixated with at the time, and he would give you a good lecture on whatever it was, and maybe it was the topic of some article he was doing at the time. Ah, yeah, there it is. But yeah, his library really struck me, and here it is there. There's his bust of himself and all these lovely, just curious things. And I have John Soane's museum here. They're very similar, they're both a space which, I guess, you can really understand the mind of someone through how they decorate their personal space. And for James, obviously, it attests to his many interests and his love of beautiful things. So we initially got on over his book, Making Dystopia, which I particularly related to after attending university, and you weren't really encouraged to do traditional architecture, classical architecture, and I knew something was off, just the amount of sort of nonsense sort of things they would insist. Say, buildings must be off their time, things like that. So I could tell something was off, but Making Dystopia was a breath of fresh air. You know, it really shown what was happening, and it gave me hope that there are people, everyone here, who advocate for beauty in architecture, sort of an honest and true beauty. So we initially got on over that, but our friendship blossomed, and we would constantly be emailing each other and talking about far more than just architecture. He was a fascinating man, but that's how it all began, Making Dystopia. And he really believed in this idea of drawing in order to see, and he really insisted that I sketch details and look at details of buildings in order to actually comprehend and understand how traditional architecture is put together. So under his encouragement, you know, I did a lot of sketching. I began sketching a lot, and I would always show him my sketches, and you know, he'd have little tweaks. He would tell me, say if I had drawn an entablature, he would tell me what was wrong, what needed fixed. But he kept me right, and he encouraged me to do a lot of sketching. So this is a variety of architecture around Belfast, and measure drawings. He really encouraged me to actually go to buildings that I liked, just that I saw on the streets, and to measure them and draw them up and produce nice drawings. And he would obviously critique my drawings and make sure they were good and worthy of displaying. But through this studying buildings, having a sort of good look at buildings, you know, it sort of makes it so that you can just eventually design without even really thinking too much, because you have this sort of bank of details that you've drawn, and that you just have this sort of, this sort of memory to just do something right after drawing it so many times in a new design. So after I had sketched and measured existing buildings, I was then able to make my own designs, and we would stay in touch, and we would always, he would make sure that my new designs were correct. He would tell me what was wrong with them, what needed fixed, but he would praise them, you know, in a way that you couldn't really, it's not a type of learning you could do at university. If you were to show this at university, they would say it's simply not off our time or something, right? They wouldn't give a proper critique of the proportions of some certain part. So James was excellent for helping me learn the real details, the real deeper knowledge to be found of classical architecture. And I'm very grateful to him for that. Here's another project here. And I found myself thinking, this is the latest edition of classical architecture, which I loved, and we have it in the office in Belfast, and we do refer to it. It's not just some nice book of pretty pictures that sits on the wall. It's truly useful, has the proportions of the orders, and tons of examples of very fine buildings. So this is a book that, maybe even more than Making Dystopia, I refer to quite often. And then there's obviously the Oxford Dictionary. And James had this idea of sort of like the monasteries after the fall of Rome, continuing the sort of the ancient classics and knowledge of, say, classical architecture and beautiful things like that. He sort of saw himself as carrying this light of the knowledge of classical architecture into the future, and through this sort of age of modernism where it's more underground. But I imagine that to some degree he must have saw these books, these reference works, as maybe some vault for the future. Because imagine if someday in 1,000 years, you know, society's in ruins, and someone discovered one of these, that would be enough to revive classical architecture, like how much of classical architecture is based on the works of Vitruvius alone. So I wonder if, to some extent, he thought these would be unearthed someday in the future and launch a renaissance. You never know. And some of his other books, Victorian Architecture and Egyptomania, these sort of, in my opinion, attest to the variety of knowledge of architecture he had. There are very deep dives into a variety of styles, and I really love these books. Yeah, and well, yeah, that's my speech. Yeah, James was a great man, and I'm very grateful to him, and I hope he's looking down here on us all today and honoured by all of the speeches we're doing on him. Well, yeah.
Thank you, Alex. That was lovely. Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce Embla now, who needs to be mic'd up, actually, I think, don't you? Yes.
Så det väl bara den där. Yeah.
So Embla, first, Embla is Anders' daughter, that's one thing to say. And Embla first met my father in 2023 when he first came to Oslo to speak as part of the big conference that's taking place this weekend. So, that's okay. Over to you, Embla. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about how making dystopia functions as an intellectual compass for a new generation entering the architectural debate. And being myself a young writer, I will try to show this through my own articles. But first, I want to emphasize that I am not an architect. I've been involved with the architectural uprising for some years, especially the local group in Bergen. However, I study Italian at the University of Bergen. I've also studied some philosophy and attended the Academy of Creative Writing. So my background and my approach to the architectural debate is therefore mainly philosophical, linguistic, and literary. My interest in architecture began at 17 when I wrote an article for Side, which is the youth column in Aftenposten. The article ended with a question. They claim that nobody misses the 1800s. Why am I then sitting here as a 17-year-old criticizing the ugliness of modernism? Criticism of new classical architecture often comes from established architects and is easily dismissed as nostalgia. But when the younger generation also speak up, the situation changes. We can't be criticized for longing back to a past we have never experienced. And then it becomes at least a little more difficult to ignore the problem. On this note, the architectural uprising in Bergen has been a side project for me, trying to activate young adults and students who care about beauty and the built environment. We have tried to lift the debate by hosting debates, producing content on social media, and being a voice against modernist architects. Since I didn't have any architectural knowledge, in the beginning I faced some challenges, like where to begin, how do you educate yourself, and how do you navigate in a modernist discourse with no architectural education. Writing and arguing about classical architecture is not easy when claims rooted in modernism are taken for granted, and many of their premises are treated as unquestionable truths. So, as a writer, you must learn to navigate despite this discourse. And when you constantly hear that what you're saying is nonsense, it helps enormously to have a professor with depth and knowledge who is convinced of the opposite. I met James the day before the first BARCH conference at my father's house. I was quite nervous because I think I imagined someone severe, since he seemed to be a distant intellectual figure. But James was kind, warm, funny, and very welcoming. And I remember being very fascinated by how this intellectual weight could be combined with such openness and gentleness. In this way, James made the debate feel more accessible for me as a young writer. At each conference, I was met with a warm smile from one of the most knowledgeable people in the room. And this is one of the things that I'm most grateful for. Moving on to my work, James is also a perfect example of how older generations' knowledge can be transmitted to or a compass for new generations. I will give you a couple of examples of how I reused his ideas in my own articles. But before I dive into this, I just want to underline that this book is a lexicon with an enormous amount of information, so it can just as easily be used in other ways depending on your approach. However, my approach has, the last couple of years, been to dissect modernist claims by researching their origin and which assumptions they rest upon. So, instead of focusing on the buildings, I dive into the arguments themselves. One of the tools I use is to look closely at the language, like what kind of words are being used. I also trace the origins of the arguments, typically what James calls pernicious seeds in the book, to understand where these ideas come from. I also look for underlying assumptions, like what is being presented as obvious or unquestionable. And one concrete example of this is an article in Subjekt, where I currently have an architectural column. Here I argued that the claim that classical architecture doesn't belong to our time is only an expression of a Hegelian philosophy, believing that the zeitgeist, or the spirit of the age, is some way of a religious force that diminishes our freedom and decides what aesthetics we have to follow. So I try to move beyond taste and instead examine the ideas, values, and structures behind this debate. The second argument I will dive into is that modernist architecture is in some way moral. In this article, I wrote about an architectural prize here in Norway. When examining the jury's reasoning, I struggled to understand why the buildings had been nominated in the first place. I noticed that the language used was very vague, in the sense that it used words to create good associations and moral connotations, rather than explaining actual architectural qualities. Architects tend to claim words that are actually virtues, like truth, purity, and honesty. The jury for this prize used, among other words, purity. Here I drew a parallel to the early modernists that James writes about in his book. Curl points out that moral disapproval has been used by international modernists to justify their aesthetic position. Perhaps the skepticism toward new classical architecture is also based on this constructed moral compass. For if modernism itself is pure, honest, true, and decent, does that then imply that classical architecture is dishonest, untrue, impure, and indecent? Gradually, we have moved away from the more objective and defined Vitruvian principles toward a moral, subjective dimension that only architects seem to understand. In this way, the language is practically building a wall between ordinary people and architecture. In addition to this, the word beauty was totally absent from the jury's reasoning. Another way of keeping people at a distance is by removing words like this in the architectural vocabulary. Just as architecture has been moralized, beauty has become a non-word, absent from the architect's justifications and evaluations of buildings. Curl writes that modernists have also linked this term to function, morality, decency, and utility. In this way, the meaning of beauty itself has disappeared. The third article is exploring the claim which says that classical architecture can't innovate itself. In his book, James shows that modernism created a set of implicit rules about what is considered legitimate architecture. One example is that new architecture must be innovative and original. Unfortunately, this rule only counts when working within what we understand as a modernist framework. In other words, what is far enough away from the classical principles. A historical example of this, which Curl highlights in the book, is the Art Nouveau style. Despite being a genuinely innovative style that sought to break with historicism, it was quickly rejected by emerging modernists at the time. The most plausible reason was the connection to Oscar Wilde, who did not see art as anything moral, and of course Art Nouveau's strong commitment to beauty and ornaments. Because of this inconsistency, my claim is that the issue with classical architecture was never and is not the lack of innovation, but rather that innovation is only accepted on certain terms. To conclude, making dystopia has given me tools to question assumptions that often go unnoticed in the architectural debate. James Stevens Curl has made it possible for a new generation to enter the debate with both clarity and confidence. I know that I'm fortunately not the only one fascinated by James' work. For instance, Simen Høseggen is currently writing on the origins and spread of modernism, inspired by this book. So I look forward to see where James' ideas appear in the future and to continue researching his valuable legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Embla. That was really lovely. Thank you. It was so lovely to hear how you met him and your thoughts, and also the analogies you make in your talk as well about his books and your work. It's really interesting. Thank you. Right, over now to Nick, who's representing Dad's Leicester cohort, I call them, the Leicester students. And Nick Allen is going to give us a talk going back to the 1990s, I think? Oh, 1970s even, older than that.
Can you hear me at the back? Yeah. Just going to move this a little bit, Anders. It's better. It's a pointer work.
Yes, it does, yeah. Mm-hmm. There's the middle one, yeah.
Let's go back. We can. It's controversial already. Okay, I'm going to take you back to 1979-86 when we were, and some of my friends in the audience here were students at Leicester. If you don't know Leicester, there's no pointer on this, but Leicester's right in the middle of England, the furthest point from the sea, which isn't far, about 100 miles. And I've developed this little time machine here. So this is the era, 1979, Margaret Thatcher, elected Prime Minister, First Lady, and of course, James, pop music, Debbie Harry, two iconic women of the period, one of which was on my student bedroom wall. I won't tell you which. No, this is the era of post-pop, and of course our famous Falklands War. And here's James, who arrived the year before, 1978, at Leicester Polytechnic. And this is, I'm not going to read this, but this is an extract from the Architects' Journal, 1999, 100 Years of Leicester School of Architecture. Now, James, being typically James, introduced himself before he even arrived there. I regards Covent Garden as almost his second home, plays the piano and owns a Bluesner, which apparently is a piano, that originally belonged to the leading lady of the Paris Opera. And this sums him up nicely. James's larger-than-life presence in the lecture theatre, punctilious timekeeping, we'll come back to that, and fastidiousness about detail, grammar and spelling were variously to delight and terrify several generations of students. James was at Leicester for about 20 years. So the year after 1979, a sort of cohort of 18 and 19-year-olds turn up to learn how to become architects. And of course, James kind of terrified us, really. But this was the School of Architecture in Leicester, beautifully organised and equipped. We had 4 floors of studios, we had workshops, photography studios, everything we really need, and basically a free education. And every student had his workspace. Every student had a drawing board, a plan table, spaces in the studio to get into groups. And of course, most importantly, there was a decent pub on the opposite side of the road. And James has taught us everything right from the year dot in terms of the history of architecture. But it started to get interesting for me around about the Gothic Revival, which was arguably James's favourite period. And he taught us about arts and crafts in the UK and abroad, Art Nouveau, Art Deco. And interestingly, people don't think he was into modernism, but he did enjoy modernism. He just didn't enjoy bad modernism. And James took us to the Villa Savoye outside Paris, and he didn't get off the bus, though, which was kind of telling. And of course, we all know what James's views on Corbusier and some of his other contemporaries are. But of course, during this period, you know, we were into this is what was our thing. It was high tech, and you know, arguably the pinnacle of that particular period before postmodernism started to come in. And he humoured us, but you know, we had to learn the stuff. And for example, he was very fastidious when it came to student assignments. So we learnt the Greek orders, which were easy to remember. The Doric, which had the flat cushions. The Corinthian had the acanthus leaves and the complicated bits. And then we had the Ionic in the centre, which seemed to say, reminiscent of the curls of the hair of the goddess Athena, which is how we remembered this. And he was fastidious about detail, you know, the entasis on the shaft of a column. So he set us to work to draw the classical orders, which we tried. But unfortunately, none of us could draw an entasis on a drawing board with a French curve. So we got a big fat 0 for that assignment. But James also told us about the things he hated. Bullseye glass, the deadly night vent. Arguably, James, or apparently, James had bullseye glass banned in a Hampshire local authority as a potential fire risk, in case he said fire to the curtains. And we imagined James lived in some country house and drove a Bentley, but actually he lived here for a couple of years, which was the student hall of residence, Lawrence Kershaw Hall of Residence, and he had rooms. And he used to invite the students back, which we thought was a bit suspicious. But we'd go there and review an essay, or listen to classical music, or get instructed in the ways of the opera, or talk about the political issues of the day, and drink some whiskey. And as for the Bentley, well, James had a bright orange, or bright yellow VW Beetle in those days. I don't think cars interested James, which we'll come back to later. But particularly, this particular special edition, which is the jeans. And the interior was decked out completely in denim. And if there's one thing James couldn't abide, it's denim. And James took us to all the great towns and cities on field trips, Oxford, Cambridge, Bath, but also abroad, you know, Stuttgart, Wuppertal, and closer to home. So this is not far from Leicester's little village, Ashby St Ledgers in Northamptonshire. But has a beautiful row of Lutchen's cottages. And of course, there was a great pub there as well. So every year, there would be a trip out to this particular location, many others. And every student had to keep a sketchbook, we were told. You got to sketch. And these trips would take much the same format. We'd arrive at wherever we were going. James would give us a tour, talk about all the sort of fascinating architectural and what have you. We'd go for lunch somewhere, and then we'd be set to work sketching. On one particular occasion in Ashby St Ledgers, the students were strewn about up the green. James went to get his deck chair and then sat between groups of students, instructing them on proportion and how to sketch, and perhaps a bit of watercolouring or something. And then at one point, he dozed off. And after a while, the students disappeared. And poor James was left sitting there in his deck chair with cars buzzing around him. And France, Paris, we had a infamous trip to. So this is our cohort. There's me there, if you're interested. There's Tony and Helen, they're in the audience here, honorary mention. And of course, James, all his regalia, and his trusty Leica. And of course, he showed us around Paris, Notre Dame, the Opera House, but he also took us to the memorial to the Deportatio for Vinci, which is on the Ile de la Cité, as you'll know, near Notre Dame. And he was extremely moved by this memorial. every crystal of glass representing a human life lost. But the interesting thing about this building, of course, is a modernist structure, and in fact designed by a protege of Corbusier. And of course, no trip to Paris is complete without a visit to dear Oscar's tomb in Père Lachaise. But of course, what we really didn't want to do was hang out by the Pompidou Centre, because we were all in high tech, which is what we did. But in the education at the end of the day, so James would take us to Chartier Montparnasse, beautiful Art Deco interior. Sorry, Art Deco, not Nouveau. And of course, as we say, he was very punctilious about timekeeping. So James would say to us, you know, we want you back, you know, at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock or whatever time. And on one occasion, several of us turned up late. 15 minutes later, we'll still be there. But he hadn't, he'd gone. And we had no idea where the hotel was. So we gathered what resources we could muster, climbed on the metro, and eventually found our way back. Now, you may have heard about Madame Fifi, one of James's favourite anecdotes. So roll call the following morning. There's a number of absentees. James disappears, has a chat with the manager, who dispatches James to the local brothel. James bursts in through the door. Madame Fifi, may I have my students back, please? And of course, we all had to grow up. So 6 or 7 years later, we disappeared, often worked in our offices, and kind of that would have been that, really. And 10 years passed. Sorry, James, more pop. Icon of the day, the Spice Girls. Prime Minister now Tony Blair. And this building came into my life, which is Smithills Hall, which is in Bolton, which is outside Manchester, on the edge of the Pennines. And it was part of a competition we'd won, most of which fell by the wayside, all really. But the government did give us a big chunk of money to restore Smithills Hall. Now, I had absolutely no idea what to do with old buildings. And so I sort of slightly panicked, and it was my project. And a friend of mine said, well, why don't you contact James, who was still in Leicester, now professor of architecture, not doctor. Sorry. And I said, well, okay, I'll give him a ring. And I still found James rather intimidated. We met once or twice in the previous 10 years. And I had a little office here in the back streets of Leicester. There was only me. So James said, well, I'll come and see you and we'll talk about it. He said, keep your eyes peeled, because I'll be in a little old Ford Escort. And as I said, James wasn't very interested in cars. So I stood on the street, couldn't see much. Anyway, I turned round, and this is a one-way street, as you can see, and this Ford Escort came thundering towards me with this enormous character inside wearing a wide-brimmed wax hat and some kind of hunting cape, filled the entire car. I ushered him into a car parking space. We talked about the project, and you know, I was pleased he would help me with this, although still slightly concerned. Pretty anxious, actually. But by now, James did live in a country house. This is Burley House in Rutland, which James had a proportion of. So I went there one day and to pick him up, and a bit nervous about the whole thing, and knocked on his door and welcomed me in, greetings. And he said, have you had any breakfast, dear boy? I said, well, no, James, not really. What I had for breakfast in those days was a cigarette and a cup of coffee. He said, you must have breakfast. My recommendation is figs, Greek yogurt, and Polish sausage. And at this point, I thought, well, actually, you know what? This could actually be quite good fun, this. I'm not sure the Polish sausage is actually supposed to be on the same plate, but... so off we went to Smithills Hall, and Arts and Crafts, George Stevie, and it was in a bit of a state. Been an old people's home for 10 years, abandoned by the council owned it. So it'd be well and truly buggered, as James would say. And it was. But we got this chunk of money to do something with this building. So we stripped it out, And then we started work. The first thing we did was go to Country Life in London and dig out some old photographs. Had a couple of lunches and set to it. And we managed to do it. But what this actually involved, after we'd appointed the best stone carvers and wood carvers and the best tradesmen, was shopping, really. And so we go to Chelsea and buy wall coverings and seat coverings, soft furnishings. We go to W Stitch off Regent Street and buy light fittings. We go to Axminster and have reproduction carpets made, to Delft to have reproduction tiles made. All the carving was done by Dick, forget his surname, in York, Dick Reed. And we did it. And I think the moral kind of the story is, if you put your mind to it and you've got the right people around you, you can do anything. And James was the right man. And of course, in these, we were up here for, I don't know, a couple of years, but we'd always be going to restaurants and pubs and things. And this is one of James's favourite, which is the Bridge at Ripponden, which is on the Pennines. We would sit in the bar and we'd always have a bit of lunch or something and a beer. And James was particularly partial to pickled onions. And how many people have ever actually sat in a restaurant with James? He could be fairly bombastic. You know, if there was something wrong, you know, he was going to tell them. But in this case, he was so taken by these pickled onions. And it was quite quiet in there. The landlady appeared at the door, and he stood up and he roared across the room, "These onions are superb." Okay, and we worked on a number of projects, and then another 10 years go by. Gordon Brown's in the chair, pop icon of the day, Amy Winehouse. And I was working on some projects which James had helped us with. And this is one of them. This is the biggest project our practice ever did. And it was a college in a suburb outside of Leicester. I had a few listed buildings, I haven't got a pointer. But James had helped us remove some buildings. And, you know, I'd taken note of all of his teachings over the years. Buildings must be rooted to the ground, must have a base, a middle, and a top. Which I thought, you know, this building's got all these things, and it's got a lovely square and some sculpture and everything. And as part of this, we designed this project, and I said to the officer, well, I'll take you to Berlin. We're going to have a few days in Berlin. So I thought, I'll tell you what, I'll call up James, maybe he'll come with us. And so I emailed him, and he said, sadly, I can't come. And I said, well, I'm quite pleased with this building. I'll send you some images of it. And he said, well, I'll send you an itinerary of what to do in Berlin. Well, I actually had almost by return, I had this email. And of course, James being James, as Anders knows, gets straight to the point, really. So we've got, "Dear Nick, good to hear from you. I'm reasonably well than I have ever been." Of course, I sent him these drawings. And this is his reply: "You must try to respect urban grain that has been established, don't fuck it up." You're laughing, Anders. Not fuck it up with alien geometries like flat roofs. I did try to do something of this into your skulls when we were all of a hell of a lot younger. And this is 20 years ago, 2008, Stephen email. Anyway, the email's full of beautiful stuff about what to go and see and what to go and see at the opera and where to eat and where to drink, etc. I was interested in reading it. But it did finish off, of course, because he knew we were interested in modern architecture. "I will suppose you will want to see the absurd blocks in the Jewish Museum, a noisy piece of nonsense by the frightful Libeskind, and there is a former National Gallery by Gries von der Greur. A truly terrible building which ignores the historic reign of the city is a complete piece of arrogant, destructive nonsense by totalitarian shit." It's the second time I've heard shit mentioned today. And when I say we did lots of projects, and most of them were kind of around Leicester, and it followed the same theme. We do the work, we go out for lunch, and then we'd sit in the pub for the afternoon when the work was done. But we always went to this little Italian place in Leicester, which is not much bigger than your own front room, and James knew the proprietor, Roberto, and we always ate there. I think James was much of a tiramisu person, so generally speaking, when the meal was over, James would say, "I'll have a grappa." And then on this particular, he said, "Oh, and by the way, Roberto, I would like some gorgonzola, celery, and green olive oil." And it must be green olive oil. I'm not quite sure why it had to be green. Not on the menu. And sure enough, of course, 10 minutes later, the stuff turned up in front of him. So we moved right on, really now just to last year. And a couple of icons of last year, one perhaps a pair more iconic than the other. No political comment. And this is Colin Easton Motors, which will mean nothing to any of you. And this is where James always got his car service. And that's not his car, but he had a Ford of some description. And James would take his car service at least once a year. Think about Colin Easton Motors. This is 611 kilometres away from James's home in Belfast, in Rutland. And I did ask James once, why do you bring your car to Rutland to have it serviced? And he said, because they do a good job. And I asked Dorota, who came once, Dorota, why does James bring his car all the way to Cottesmore? So she said, he likes to come. And he liked to do a little road trip, and he would come across the Irish Sea, stop and meet a couple of people, go out for dinner. He'd come down to Cottesmore, which is 5 miles away from where I live in Rutland. And then he would go off to Cambridge and have dinner with his college and drink mountains of claret. But he would stay here, which is a Falcon Hotel, which is in Uppingham, which is where I live. So we would meet every time he came, and then other ex-students would join us. And Clive, who's sitting in this room, came last June, and James greeted him like a long-lost friend. Hadn't seen him in 40 years. Anyway, we sat in Don Paddy's, which is a brasserie just over the road, and another couple of our ex-students came along. We had a raucous time. You know, James was full of beans. But he wasn't really eating much. He didn't eat anything. And in fact, the previous time I saw him, which was probably 6 months, he wasn't really eating much. He was a bit unsteady on his feet. Anyway, we had our fun, and then it was time to go. And these are only 50 yards apart. And so we were staying outside the front door. And James spotted somebody who he knew and beckoned him over. And he said hello. And he said, this is Nick Allen. He's a friend of mine. And I was completely taken aback, really, because we'd always been former students, not friends. Anyway, that was the last time I ever saw him. But this is one of my favourite pictures of James. In 2009, we had a 30-year reunion. Again, people in this room at the reunion. And this is how I remember him, just having a bloody good laugh about something or other. And this is him sharing an anecdote, which I'm happy to repeat if anyone wants to hear it privately, with me and my wife. It's quite entertaining. So that's my story. Thank you, James. I have a short postscript from another student. And when the news broke, it was all over LinkedIn. There's a few examples here of people making tributes to James. But one in particular, this guy here, John Tollett. John worked for Rogers. He was director at Eva Director, if you've ever heard of her. He was the high-tech queen. Essentially, she's gone now. Anyway, I spoke to John recently, and he shared what I'm about to tell you with me, but we just have to introduce one other character who is a gentleman called Bill Stewart. There's no photo of Bill Stewart, but he was a diploma course leader in the early 1980s. And James and Bill, I'll describe him actually, he was a kind of wiry Scotsman with a broad Glasgow accent, silver-rimmed glasses, quite intimidating, but he ran the diploma course. And him and James used to rub each other up the wrong way. So Bill Stewart is out the same article in the AJ, was noted of his encouragement of bold, innovative designs, and I don't quite understand this, in rejection of participation and conservation as trendy fashions. Don't quite understand that. But anyway, he was into, you know, high-tech, postmodern, all of that stuff. And he's kind of in his 60s. Anyway, him and James would be like brute force meets immovable object. And James would be the brute force, and Bill was the immovable object. So that's the context of this. So this is from John, and I'll read it. So he's a couple of years older than me, so he would have been there before James got there, and then James arrived. So his arrival at DMU, Leicester Polytechnic, during a critical time, moved the earth we were precariously standing on and sent shockwaves that made us think hard. His knowledge, culture, and humour were massive. The collision of architectural thinking manifested in critical debates with Bill Stewart that were era-defining, ending in mutual respect and a surprising high percentage of agreement. His interest and understanding of individuals and his enjoyment in sharing time with us, much of it in the pub, gave him legendary status. He is the first name mentioned by most graduates of that era, recounting stories with fondness. What a legacy. Thank you, James. Thank you.
Come. So, thank you. So now do I have sound? So now we have eating coffee, break, drink. This was the last. Now we have a small break to relax. I think it's, I don't have the programs, but I think it is either 50 minutes or 30. So let me, can you help me, Nir?
30 minutes.
Yeah, so let's say we're starting 30 past 20, to 2, 30 past 2 o'clock. Is that correct? Yeah? Does it? 2:30. 2:30? Excellent. So now next session, so it's very good if people can move into the main room. Ready for the third session chaired by Professor Robert Adam.
Right. I'm now chairing this, which I only found out when I read the program this morning. So, however, I'm going to have two friends of mine on this. The first is Samuel Hughes, an eminent critic who I've known for many years. I don't know how long, but anyway, I've known for many years. And will always deliver something of depth and interest. I'm not going to go into a CV more than that. You can read about him. And John Smiley, who I've also known, like I'm searching for in the audience, who is not only he's an eminent architect, a friend of James's, and will also deliver actually an excellent. Now, actually, I met Anthony Daniels about 5 minutes ago. Who is a psychiatrist, but also an eminent critic of architecture. From our 5-minute conversation, I'm really looking forward to hearing what you've got to say, actually, which I think we all are. So there you are, John. So I won't say any more because the speakers are going to say things of great interest and value. So over to you. By the way, how much time have we got each? Half an hour?
Half an hour, I think.
You better keep to it. Okay.
Do my best.
You'd be in big trouble.
Hello, so it's lovely to be here. I didn't know James well personally. I knew him a little bit, but I knew him quite well through his work. I was originally taught about architecture by Roger Scruton, who gave me a big stack of James Stevens Curl, my basic reading list. And you get some people, some writers, a personality comes across very strongly in their writing. And James was one of those writers. You've now obviously, depth of knowledge, learning, that comes across, needless to say. But learned writers can come across in different ways, right? They can come across as people who've their knowledge adds to their sense of their own grandeur, and maybe they use it to create barriers around themselves and exalt themselves. Or there are writers who actually totally without vanity about their knowledge. They're completely preoccupied with the object and have a kind of deeply serious enthusiasm about the thing that they're writing about. They really, really want to persuade you because they just think the thing is so important, right? And that was the sense I always got of James from his writing. And it's nice to meet people here today and feel that the writer that I knew, the man I knew through his work, was indeed the real man, and he was that element of profound serious has to happen once in every conference. That element of profound seriousness, and also in a way as a moral humility, it was for real. I'm not going to try. Anders gave me a very intimidating brief first of all. I need you to give a scholarly comment on James. And I thought, I can't possibly classical architecture and Gothic architecture, Georgians and Victorians and Egyptians and Freemasons and monuments. But what I'll do instead is I'll give a talk which I like to think James would have approved of, a talk in his tradition about some of his interests. I want to talk specifically about one of the myths of inevitability. We've already heard a bit about this today, this idea that classical architecture, or more generally, richly ornamented styles of architecture, in some sense their decline was not merely a common and garden cultural choice in the way that a shift between the Baroque and the Rococo might be. It was in some sense made necessary by the structure of the modern world, some sense made necessary by the structure of modern technology or the modern economy. There are lots of versions of this idea. There's versions, common stuff that James wrote about a lot in Making Dystopia, about structural honesty and these ideas from the Gothic. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about a particular version, a particular myth of inevitability, which it's a more sophisticated one, comes from economics, and comes from the economic concept of Baumol's cost disease. Cost disease is a process whereby the increasing, it's a technical phrase, it's a technical description, whereby the increasing productivity of labor in some sectors makes labor more costly in all sectors. So over the last 100 years, a laborer working in logistics has become 100 or 1,000 times more productive because of the invention originally of trains and then of trucks and the proliferation of planes and now of e-bikes zooming around. We're so much better than we were at doing logistics before. Whereas these guys in a quartet, if they were here today, they produce just as much music as they produced in the first decade of the 20th century. Quartets have not become any more productive. And so this creates a general tendency, because labor becomes way more productive in some areas, people then get drawn away from those areas, drawn into those areas from areas where their productivity hasn't improved. And lots of people want to apply this to ornament in architecture. They want to say, ornament is it's fiddly, labor-intensive, requires a guy with his chisel, lots of fiddly work by hand. And so once machines appear and make other things in life vastly more productive, vastly easier to create, ornament becomes, in relative terms, progressively far more expensive. The opportunity cost of ornament continues to increase because the labor involved becomes so much greater. Modernism, by contrast, clean architecture that's suited to the age of the machine, not just in a mood way, not just in a vibes way, but in a way, a deep function of economics. And the people who believe the Baumol's cost disease will say, well, there may be details of modernism, particular tropes, which were little local cultural choices. But something like modernism was the inevitable result of the productivity enhancing power of modern technology and the failure of that technology to improve the manufacture of ornament at the same time. So, what should we make of this theory? So first, let's go back before the Industrial Revolution. And before the Industrial Revolution, ornament manufacture, I did a little project on this. I thought, I thought this keeps coming up. People keep saying this. I'm going to actually have to go and learn a lot about the history of ornament manufacture. And the picture that the Baumol people have of ornament manufacture before the Industrial Revolution is fairly accurate. It basically was very labor-intensive. I mean, manufacturers and architects, they certainly did try to use technology to make themselves more productive. And one of the most wonderful examples is this. This is a pointing machine. You all know what pointing machines are. They're devices where you sandy models a statue in clay. It's then probably still cast in plaster. And then very, very specialized craftsmen use this machine to measure take the exact measurements of this and then use a system of drills to go down to the exact point. You probably all knew that already, but lay audiences find this absolutely astonishing when they're told that the ancient Romans had machines for making, it was the biggest splash I've ever had on social media when I told the world about pointing machines, of all things. Casting is another example. Casting is obviously a thing which is in principle reproducible. You make one mold and then you can use it again and again. Depending on the type of mold, you can use it again and again. But pointing machines, you still have to use your drills and chisels once you've got your pointing machine to do the full carving work. Molds, in principle, you can mass produce them, but actually transport technology was so bad that you don't really have factory production of molded ornament on a large scale before the 19th century. So it's basically true that ornament's really labor-intensive until about 1850. But the theory goes wrong in the 19th century. In fact, it's basically not true that classical architects, classical builders stood still and continued with the unaffected by technology with these massively labor. In fact, they loved technology. And they were extremely ingenious and curious about how they could revolutionize the production of ornaments. Especially, I mean, ornament, of all the things in the construction process, was one of the areas where productivity improvements happened most rapidly. And I'll talk through a few of these devices. This is a factory, Gladding McBean. There were three, it ended up, because of transport improvements, there ended up being three giant companies that provided architectural terracotta across the entire United States. And Gladding McBean was the one for the whole of the West. They had a factory in the town of Lincoln in the San Francisco Bay Area. And you can still, architects would all have to, they were doing their buildings in San Francisco, and they'd do their models in clay, send them over to Lincoln, and then they'd have to take the ferry over to Lincoln every so often to check that things were going well there. And then they could be shipped out from there to wherever. I'll tell you a bit about some of these machines. This is a planing machine. Stone carving was probably one of the ones where the advances were a little less extensive. They couldn't, fine stone carving couldn't be done by machines in the 19th century. Even today, it's quite difficult. A lot of it's still done by hand. But they could do, here you can see an architrave being made by a steam-powered planing machine. Simple ornaments start being produced quite generally using these, and you could often also do starting work on more complicated ornaments and then finish it by hand. This on the left is a mill for milling timber ornaments. They can do really quite sophisticated stuff. It's amazingly fast. If you ever see one of those things in action, you see those gears turning, the ornament comes through, and then within 30 seconds or a minute, you've created something that would have taken laborers many days to create. There's a lathe, steam-powered lathe. Lathes had obviously existed for millennia, but steam-powered ones are way more powerful. These are some of the styles that milling machines and lathes made possible. In Europe, we don't see so much change because European cities are governed by quite strict fire regulations at that time. They're very worried about putting timber on the facade of buildings. But in the United States, they go crazy with these things, the so-called Queen Anne style, the Eastlake style. And buildings are covered with timber ornament because timber ornament's suddenly been made vastly more affordable than it was previously. Improvements in metallurgy leading to proliferation of cast iron ornament. That's in New York. That's in Sydney, a city with particular tradition of cast iron ornament. And then this very naughty material, cast stone, where it's really a kind of concrete, but if you mix aggregates of stone into concrete, you can produce something which you can't get as fine a profile as you can with natural stone, and it won't look quite right if you're up very close, but it can really get quite plausible, right? I mean, I think that many people would struggle to. The Americans love cast stone. They make abundant use of it in lots of their cities. And you can see, I went to visit the factory. This is in Northampton, where they're one of the last places where they still produce. They got Adam Architecture to do, they've got Bob's firm, to do the profiles for them, based on Gibbs. And so you can now get really perfectly detailed things, perfectly detailed classical ornament, which if it's up there at the top of a facade, would be very hard to distinguish from hand-carved ornament. Produced, and it just moves along this conveyor belt, and out it comes from a nozzle, fills up, and then they leave it overnight, crack it off in the morning, and there it is. And then here, more architectural terracotta. Terracotta, again, has existed forever, but because transport becomes so much cheaper, it starts becoming possible to have a small number of factories which distribute it over a huge area, so the costs go down. These are a little bit different. Skyscrapers in New York, obviously, but those actually had ornament modeled bespoke for them, as did most early skyscrapers. But the buildings were so massive that you got economies of scale emerging, and it became became worthwhile to do factory production of them in a way that it wouldn't have done before. So the overall effect of this is that ornament actually proliferates in the 19th century, and not just in high-style architecture, but also in very, very ordinary, like these. I think these are actually in Copenhagen, but these could be from anywhere from here in Oslo to Sofia. Europe teems with these stucco-fronted buildings churned out by spec builders, which are actually quite richly ornamented, much more richly ornamented than vernacular building would have been in the 17th or even the 18th century, showing the greater affordability of ornament in that time. So in the 20th century, we can see that an opposite trend kicks in, and most kinds of buildings become less ornamented. These are British government offices from the first decade of the 20th century and the first decade of the 21st century. But it's interesting that there are some exceptions to that still. So these are pretty randomly selected buildings by regular English spec builders, like commercial builders, from the last 20 years. These are in America. They're probably a little bit less ornamented than buildings would have been in the 19th century, but they're still quite richly ornamented. And it's interesting to see the places where ornament survives are in this quite cheap, low-status architecture. The high-status architecture loses the ornament. The low-status architecture keeps the ornament, because the problem with ornament that ornament faces in the 20th century is not affordability created by Baumol's cost disease. It is, after all, it becoming low status because cultural elites look down on it. And these people just don't care, so they have... I think we should talk about more. Normal commercial housing remains much closer to a slightly incompetent version, maybe. They lack the leadership of the design professions in a way that they would have had 100 years ago. The proportions won't be quite right, the detailing won't be quite right. But the basic spirit and enthusiasm, they still want what they were getting in 1905. And that's the thing we should think about a lot more. But it also is a pretty strong disproof of the cost disease theory. The other people worth mentioning here are our friends in America, the McMansions. And again, we all know the problems here. But it's nice to see here when every so often it happens that people who haven't acquired elite taste do acquire a big wad of money in some way, they go crazy. And they're really like, this is like 1905 taste, completely untrammeled and uncontrolled and unshaped. And there's nothing that, they can't be stopped. I actually think, McMansions, we should view them with tenderness rather than with contempt, because they show a basically salutary instinct, which in the right hands and with the right guidance could create something really wonderful. So did ornament have cost disease? It's true that labor became more expensive in industrial societies, but it's also true that the amount of labor you needed to make ornament fell precipitously and continues to fall precipitously today with the invention of things like computer-navigated carving. The evidence strongly suggests that the second effect outweighed the first, and so in fact that technology and ornament were natural allies and not natural enemies. It was a cultural choice, not a technological necessity, and we could have chosen differently. In fact, if you were to think of what was the natural architecture of the 20th century? What was the style? If we imagine we were aliens looking at human society and we only understood economics and we had no understanding of how cultural forces, we were looking at human society in 1905 and thinking, what's going to happen? And we predicted the invention of cast stone and the invention of fiberglass and the invention of all these other. We had thought, well, what's actually going to happen is they're going to end up with tremendously richly ornamented cities in the course of the next century. The suburbs might look a little bit like our suburbs. They've probably done a bit more competently. But the city centres are going to be these fantastic dreamscapes in which this ancient love of decoration is united to unprecedented technical power. And every so often, you see little cultural groups that have gone this way. This is a Baha'i temple in Chicago from the 1950s, built entirely of precast concrete, I believe. And these guys clearly just didn't care about normal high-status Western tropes. They were like, hang on, you mean it's now really cheap to do this wonder architecture? And so they just did it. And maybe we should learn a bit from their example. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Really excellent. So glad you said it. Unfortunately, I think our discussion is going to take place at the end, but that would be a fantastic subject for discussion. John, over to you. I think we're a bit more than half an hour. So rather well.
How do I test this? Oh, it's working. Okay. I hope everyone can understand me, because not only have I got a bad cold, but I have a Belfast accent. So it's yeah, double whammy. Yes, indeed. You're just straight out with it. I love that, Bob. Yeah. This is the. Yeah. Just go to the last slide there. I'll know for sure. The very last slide. No, it's just Steve. That's it. Yes, so you start from that. Yeah, good. Very good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to need my glasses for this because my topic is about emails. So I'm John Smiley. Where do I come from? What do I do? Well, I would describe myself as a humble architect. And thank you, Bob, for the introduction. But I think for the very kind introduction that makes me feel sort of important. But I'm a humble architect. I can see some of you laughing there that I'm using the words humble and architect in the same sentence. Yes. Our studio, it's in Belfast, the city where Professor James Curl was born. And Belfast is not far from the little village of Hollywood in County Down, where James sadly passed away at home last year. And I really haven't known James for that long. I mean, I first met him in September 2018. Go to the first slide here, because I've got a photograph of him and me. At the launch in Belfast of his, many would say, controversial book, Making Dystopia. We made friends very quickly because, well, certainly as far as architecture was concerned, we had everything in common. James, I could tell from meeting him at that stage, needed allies at this time. I understood that immediately. Any author who gives birth to his magnum opus needs support, I guess, as the reviews start to come in. James knew that it was going to be additionally difficult for him because the modernist architectural establishment was, and still is, known for brooking no dissent. For example, we all remember how the mods reacted, I think it was 1977, to David Watkins's Morality in Architecture, his book. And then in 1981, to Tom Wolfe's From Our House to Bauhaus, and then again in 1989 to the then Prince of Wales's A Vision of Britain. Also, if you remember, around about the same time as James's book was published in 2018, Sir Roger Scruton had been appointed chair of the Building Better, Building Beautiful Commission by the then Tory government. And if you recall, this was met with howls of derision from the modernist profession. So, yeah, around about that time, 2018, September 2018, things in the architecture world were already, to say the least, a little tense. Yep. So I met James, and I very quickly ended up getting invited onto an email group. He set it up, of course, and the purpose of which, certainly initially, was to analyze the book reviews that, good and bad, that were coming in, and to discuss their content, I guess, yeah. I do recall that the opinions of those in the email group were quite often sought on, it could be a daily basis, actually. He was quite energetic, James, as we heard earlier. And at his discretion, the makeup of the group could change, yeah. Often present in this, you might call it a chat room, was Nir Buras, Anthony Daniels, we've got them here today, thankfully. Michael Mahaffey, we all know Michael, and the Luxembourg classical architect, Colin Mulhern, and Leon Creer, he would make appearances also. So, what I did for this talk, I just read through a lot of, there are hundreds of emails, you know, so I read through them, and from September 2018, when the book was published, through to November 2025, when James died. And some interesting threads emerged, which I think reflect James's thoughts and emotions following the release of the book and following the reviews which ensued, the majority of which, of course, by the way, were very positive. So, like for me, three themes emerged. James's reaction to the modernist reviews of his book, James's reaction to the main criticism by modernists of making dystopia, and some of the changes to architecture that James hoped that making dystopia would, help trigger. So, I think that's slide 4. That's the book, yes. As soon as making dystopia was launched, James was waiting for the fallout. From the modernists, of course. He got so many great reviews from the non-modernists, like too many to mention here, and all from very highly respected writers and practitioners. He knew that from some modernist quarters, there would be no response at all. In other words, that the book would be deliberately ignored. Others he knew would attack the book, regardless of any good points raised in it, because it challenged the establishment viewpoint. James, I knew him, I think, pretty well then, expected any criticism to be objective, and I know that he was always ready to listen. He would gladly have acknowledged any mistakes that he may have made in making dystopia, and in the pursuit of truth, would actually, I think, have been excited to uptake and refine his work, with any more or new accurate material. That was what he was like, and we've heard that from Bob this morning. When they did come, the modernist reviews were from very well-known critics in the field, such as Stephen Bailey from The Spectator, Hugh Pearman, the RIBA journal, that's the Royal Institute of British Architects, if you don't know that, and William White, the Literary Review. And true to form, the sort of criticism we got was more of the tired, old, dismissive remarks we'd all heard 100 times before. When I said to James at the time, because he was a bit down, yes, James, your book is being hated, as expected, by the modernist camp, but what is reassuring is that your book is being hated by all the right people. So, slide 5. Look, I'm not going to all the detail on each review, but Stephen Bailey's reaction was typical when he said that he, to quote, threw the book away. So, this talks about emails, and let's quote some of James's emails. On the 4th of September 2021, he wrote, Bailey's vicious hatchet job on making dystopia was rather like a damp fart. As he raged about me and my work, threw my poor little book across the room in a tantrum, and then contradicted himself by saying, quote, there is only a sliver of difference between Gropius's lofty Bauhaus ideals and a crap housing estate, unquote. In fact, that sums up what I said, though I did so with rather more elegance and scholarship. Hugh Pearman's piece in the RIBA Journal tried to sum up the book with, you can see that there, a sort of sneering slogan, I think you might call it. If it's not trad, he ain't glad. In his piece, there was no recognition of the suffering of the people who were housed in all those disastrous, brutalist local authority blocks of flats, many of which are now thankfully demolished. And no lessons to be learned from the post-war ugliness inflicted upon our towns and cities, and in particular the general public's dislike of the modernist style. No acceptance at all of the aesthetic problems that James had pointed out in his book, including that, and importantly, that modernism generates structurally illogical facades in terms of gravity and readability. No, just a, I guess, blanket dismissiveness. On the 27th of September 2018, James wrote in one of his emails, "Thank you to us in the group, of course, but I need people to object in the strongest terms to the attempted rubbishing of my work, now in the RIBA Journal. It says my book is not edited. Not true. It was, and carefully read by 8 distinguished academics and checked line by me. I am 81, therefore they assume that I am in my dotage. They had to mention that. They say that I can't draw, and they talk about what I like and what I do not like. It has nothing to do with liking or not. My book is an exposure of a fraud." In an email of the 26th of September 2018, even though he had predicted what would happen with respect to modernists, the modernists' criticisms, James expressed his despair about the whole thing. Quote, "The enemy has shown that all it can give us is more dysfunctional dystopian ghastliness, and it gets worse. The latest insults hurled at me are totally predictable. Frankly, I no longer care. Thank you for your support, much needed for morale." Frankly, I no longer care. When I read that, it did strike me. You know, he was going through a bit of a period, naturally. As you can read from the tone, he was feeling like very disappointed with the quality of criticism by the modernists. The William White Review came out on the 9th of November 2018. James wrote that day, "A very unpleasant review by William White has just appeared in the Literary Review, in which the old tricks of trying to associate my arguments with approvals of Nazism and communism are employed. And the first 2 paragraphs are incomprehensible gibberish. The whole thing is a farrago of nonsense and misrepresentation, sneering, unpleasant, and deeply offensive because he attributes to me many things I never said and in which I do not believe." But it was the RIBA Journal's reaction to the book that disturbed James the most. Not because of the actual Pearman review per se, because the chap is entitled, of course, to his own opinion, but because James, he had been a member of the RIBA since the 1960s. And he expected some balance in the Institute's coverage. Pearman did the review, but he was also the editor. So why did Pearman not choose to procure, let's say, 2 reviews, knowing that there's a split in the architectural profession in terms of style, one from each side of the divide? So James wrote to the RIBA to complain about its utter lack of, I'm saying diversity of opinion because at that stage DEI was the big thing in the RIBA. Yes. I mean, I also wrote to the RIBA to help James in that sense. And after a month of corresponding with the then CEO, he loved that title, the chap who was the head of the RIBA called himself the CEO, neither of us got a satisfactory response. Then on the 3rd of November 2018, almost be a whole month later, without an adequate reply from the RIBA, James wrote in an email, "I am not going to let the CEO off the hook as his behaviour is completely out of order. But I have couched the whole thing in very moderate terms, even though I was tempted to challenge the perpetrator to a duel on Salisbury Plain with field guns." Because of the RIBA's failure to deal with the unfairness of James's treatment in the September 2018 edition of the journal. I personally made the decision to no longer be a member. I was so annoyed with the whole situation. But James stayed on, only because he needed to keep availing of the RIBA library drawings and archives collection for his ongoing excellent, thoughtful research. On the 2nd of November 2022, James referred to, quote, the ad hominem vulgar abuse I have had to put up with from the uglifiers and cult members of Corbusianity, notably in the sneering, rancid pages of that rag which purports to be the organ of a so-called professional institute, the ghastly RIBA journal, not worth the paper on which it is printed. A difficult time for James. I could see that from the emails, even though he had prepared for it, So, isn't it true of life that when you think that your mind is ready to cope with an inevitable onslaught, the stark reality of that onslaught, when it happens, may not be exactly what you had imagined? And I think at that time James was feeling this. I guess that all of this reflects what any great thinker like James must experience at times like this. A sensitive and talented author will seek to uncover great truths, as we all know, then naturally feel propelled to share and disseminate those truths in order to help others, only for that sensitive and talented author to be overcome with anxiety at the resistance encountered from a rather large hostile group. And I believe that this was the sort of pain that James was going through shortly after the publication of Making Dystopia. And, long after too. On the 12th of November 2024, James wrote in an email, there are times I long for death. Those times are becoming more frequent. Colin Mulhern replied, you can always turn to drink, James. To which James said, oh, don't you worry, I do. Okay, so let's look at the second thread that is apparent from James's reading over the emails. I've gone too far with that one. From 2018 to 2025. So basically this thread, a brief thread, is about James's reaction to the main criticism by modernists of Making Dystopia. And I'll cut to the quick here and summarize what the modernist critics actually believed was the main shortcoming of the book. It was, they said, that James's book came too late in the day, a century after the birth of modern architecture, to shape the style, or at least to temper the ideology behind the style, or something like that. They also claimed that modern architecture has moved on. It has progressed, they said, from the early experimental days of Le Corbusier and Walter Gropius to having become an accepted and valued style, they said, in itself. For example, Stephen Bailey said in his review, so his review was, again, to remind myself, yes, The Spectator, like one of those innocents, he said about James Big, like one of those innocents who reenact the Civil War in embarrassing costume on bank holidays, Curl has been time-traveling backwards into a pre-modern world. He returns from the past with a crude message, etc., etc. William White's review of Making Dystopia in the Literary Review states, this book offers a curious resurrection of arguments first made almost a century ago and is primarily directed against a group of architects and writers, almost all of whom died a generation ago. Architecture has moved on, and architectural history has certainly moved on. In his email chat with us, James's reaction was that these reviewers mustn't have properly read his book. Firstly, he believed that it's never too late to uncover and to speak the truth. Also, unfortunately, sometimes things have to get really bad, and for people to see that and to say enough is enough. And this is where we're now at, Curl believed. After over 100 years of modernism, our built environments have become very ugly. I mean, far too ugly, I think. James wrote, if you remember, in Making Dystopia, that the world is full of, quote, ephemeral architecture that is here today and sadly not gone tomorrow. We're way past the tipping point where, in so many places, ugly buildings now are well in the majority. As for today's modernism having moved on from that of 100 years ago, James's reaction was no. Today's version of modernism is fundamentally the same. based on the same early principles that were laid down by what he called in an email dated the 15th of February 2023, the so-called heroes of modernism. He wrote, James wrote, all these heroes of modernism, the ones alleged to be scientific, progressive, rational, etc., were just members of an unpleasant, irrational, fundamentalist, mad, quasi-religious cult, which still rules the roost, he underlined. It is clear, as Professor Curl pointed out and indeed demonstrated in his book, that the original modernist ideas still form the foundation of design in most of our schools of architecture and in the design of nearly all of our new buildings. So let's be specific here. What did he mean? Let's be specific, because the modernists would love me to talk in general terms. This modernist ideology that James was talking about demands that new buildings should always look novel, no matter what, and contrast strongly with their context. They should ideally shock the viewer, have facades which appear structurally illogical, avoiding the expression of vertical load paths in accordance with the natural laws of gravity. Don't worry, modernists, because your look no hands creation will be held up by a structural engineer. Use lots of exposed concrete, and you should insist that this is a structurally honest material whilst drawing attention away, O followers, from the hidden steel reinforcement, which is key to it standing up. That new buildings should always aim to be three-dimensional sculptures in the round, even if they're anti-urban. 5, include, where possible, lots of white rendered surfaces for some reason, flat roofs, horizontal strip windows, pilotis and big cantilevers, again for some reason, except that is if one has opted to do blobby texture, in which case anything goes. And 6, be devoid of decoration, which is strictly haram. Every new modernist building designed today, he explained, James explained, is shot through with these uglifying ideas, like Graham Greene's Brighton Rock. James showed in his book that each one of the various phases of modernism we've all experienced over the years, including the latest one, whatever that is, was just another repackaged version of the original thing. James was in fact entertained by the modernist reviewers' attempts. He was disturbed by them, but he was also entertained by their attempts to try and put us off scrutinizing their so-called heroes from the earliest 20th century. It is the only argument, and I know from his emails he believed it is the only argument they have left. And because practically all of the negative reviews majored on this point, he saw that they had exposed their Achilles heel. This showed James that he had attacked modernism where it is most vulnerable. And if there are any lessons to take away, it is that we should do exactly the opposite of what Bailey, Pearman, and White criticized James for, and continue to see through the myriad of sub-modernist spin-off styles for what they are, namely all children of the early 20th century international style. If James were to send us an email right now, wherever he is, it would very likely read as follows. Of course, I've made this one up because he's not with us. He would say, "Dear friends, gathered here in my beloved Oslo, let me step in and just say to you that in order to deal successfully with the spread of a bad religion, because that is exactly what modernism is, I urge you to please keep returning again and again to its roots, to the original doctrine expounded by its prophet, or in this case, prophets, and keep challenging its articles of faith. Keep ridiculing its irrational strictures. Modernism today is the same as it ever was." So, let's look finally at the third strand, which is a few of the changes that James hoped, looking towards the future, that Making Dystopia would make to the world of architecture. And I think we all know by now what James generally wanted to achieve in writing the book Making Dystopia was to set the record straight, of course, on the correct history of modern architecture, to encourage the rediscovery of beauty in architecture, and as a a practical start to radically change the way schools of architecture treat the subject and teach the subject. So I'll finish on 2 emails in particular that James penned, one in 2018 and the other in 2022, which the last one, 2022, contains actually a quite specific recommendation. So the first one sums up James's main ray of hope for the future, namely that, and we've heard great stuff today from young people, that young people are inspired by the book, he hoped, to come forward, question the received wisdom of the old modernist establishment, and are then motivated to design beautiful buildings and places. So on the 20th of November 2018, this email I found stated from James, "I am hugely encouraged by the reaction of more and more young people who are beginning to see that the recipes for dystopia dished out by their bucranial prehistoric dinosaurs of elders are problematic, and more of that will no longer wash. I recall youngsters coming to me to be tutored because they were being bullied by so-called tutors into producing yet more sub-Corbusian stuff to get some support from me, and I had to start from scratch to open their eyes to the riches of what real architecture, based on the principles of gravity, stability, ease, human scale, integration with nature, stable geometries that induced pleasure instead of unease, and all the rest of it, which the cretins had deliberately rejected in favor of their pigeon grunts, which ain't a language at all by any stretch. The Reformation, he said, is overdue. Let's get on with it and stop these fools wrecking what's left of civilization." The other email that I want to highlight was written by James, the last one, on the 29th of November 2022, 3 years after I met him. It is actually quite specific, that's why I picked it, and appears to advise that we should no longer rely on the existing professional architecture institutes that are still totally captured by modernism, and to start thinking about setting up new professional institutes of our own to replace them. Referring to his own institute, he wrote, "There is no hope while the indoctrination of architectural students into the dystopian nonsense of modernism continues. My view is that until there is a drastic reformation, underlined in bold, within the architectural profession, and it is converted, underlined and in bold, from the fundamentalist, inhumane cult of ugliness, the deification of horrible fascists like Le Corbusier, and the blind worship of so-called starchy texts, to all of which it presently adheres, nothing will change. And if it cannot be changed from within, then a new organization has to be established in opposition to the architectural establishment based on human values, recognition that ugliness is harmful to humans, and the word beauty is once more restored to a place of honor in environmental matters," he wrote. So here we have it. He said it is likely that nothing will change, which I agree with him on, and secondly, that a new organization has to be established. So I believe that here James was predicting the need to create a new professional institute of architecture, not just in the UK, but in every country, to set standards in ethics, award chartered status, control the definition of what is good design, and directly address house builders and developers so that we, as traditional architects, can have a better share of the important big design jobs. So in terms of the future, I'd like to end on that. On James's behalf, I'll finish by placing this very concrete idea of James's out there for you all to think about. Thank you.
Right, Anthony, it's over to you. I'm looking forward to this because I don't know what to expect.
Nothing new. Yes, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first I should like to say that I'm both honored and saddened to speak to you here today. Honored because
obviously, Professor Curl was a great man and saddened because he has left us. But we can console ourselves, I think, with the thought that those who met him are unlikely ever to forget him. I should like to say also that I have no locus standi, really, to talk to you today, having no professional connection to architecture. I'm neither an architect nor an architectural historian, not much of a critic, but I have perhaps the most important locus standi of all, namely that I am, like everyone else, whether I like it or not, a witness to or consumer of architecture. No one escapes architecture. In that sense, I'm every man. Now, among Professor Curl's many works, Making Dystopia, The Strange Rise and Survival of Architectural Barbarism, published in 2018, could, as you heard, be considered his magnum opus, and certainly a summation of his thought about the mostly lamentable development of architecture in the 20th century, through 2/3 of which, of course, he lived. Well, the book was important to me because it seemed to me perfectly obvious. It had seemed to me perfectly obvious for a long time that something had gone terribly wrong with modern architecture and modern urbanism, that architecture had become inhuman and destructive of all that had existed before, much as an outright bombing campaign would have done, only in a certain way it was worse because it was deliberate in a different way. This was particularly visible in England, where the remains of ancient city centres were joyfully pulled down by town councils to make place for modernist buildings that would have gladdened the heart of any communist dictator, if a communist dictator has a heart, and where they were not actually pulled down, they were overshadowed as if in an attempt to humiliate the efforts of the ancestors by mere size and inescapable visual predominance. You couldn't be in a city centre without seeing these, even if there was the remains of the old city around you. What was built was completely incompatible with anything except itself, surely something new in architectural history. And one of modernism's buildings was sufficient completely to ruin a multi-secular townscape. Visual inescapability was the effect, and I think probably even the aim. Well, what was the genesis of this aesthetic and, as I surmise, social disaster? Well, in his great book, which is both scholarly and polemical, the professor did something that a mere layman, such as I, could not possibly have done, namely, go to the sources of modernism and criticize the historical myths about it and the premises upon which it was founded. For me, it came as a great relief to read it, for it did what Alexander Pope argued that poetry should do, namely, to say what oft was thought, but ne'er so well expressed. It was a kind of relief to read it that one might feel on finding a sane man to talk to in an assembly of lunatics. It's still often thought that modernism was in its essence politically progressive and even anti-fascist. It was supposedly liberating, though it was also not a matter of choice. This was a contradiction. It was both a choice and not a choice at the same time. There was a supposed inevitability to it, as we've heard, that was imposed by modern conditions and materials. It was rational in the sense that it answered only to needs and dispensed with all the extraneous and the frivolous, such as mere ornamentation. Its apologists claimed that it was a continuation of a tradition rather than the destruction of it. The modernists, or their apologists, therefore claimed that modernism was simultaneously a continuation of tradition, for example, in apostolic dissent from the arts and crafts movement, and something radical and completely new. This was a contradiction. Well, Professor Curl showed that all this was false, and often the polar opposite of the truth. It's true that as he pointed out, the Bauhaus initially wanted, in theory, to preserve craftsmanship, as we traditionally understand it, but before long rendered such craftsmanship not only necessary, but positively retrograde and ridiculous. The relations of modernism with totalitarianism were close and often friendly. Mies van der Rohe, for example, whose name, as Professor Curl showed, was itself bogus, had no deep objection to Nazism and emigrated to America for economic opportunity rather than for any ideological reasons. He was not a political refugee. Gropius had been a communist, and Le Corbusier was a fascist. And in 1940, and I don't mean that just as a general insult, I mean it, he was actually, yes, okay, a real fascist. And in 1941, he wrote a pamphlet, which I possess, suggesting that as much of a third of the population of Paris, more than a third of the population, actually he suggested 3 million, of the population of Paris be moved by force from the city because he, the great architect, thought that the population had no business to be there. So there was indeed, I think, an elective affinity between modernism in architecture and totalitarianism, which I, again, think is impossible to miss, even on a cursory look. For example, in Romania, Ceausescu wanted and had started to destroy rural villages and to replace them by buildings that drew inspiration from Le Corbusier's Unité d'habitation. Surely the implications of the term alone are enough that you need a cloth ear not to understand, not to grasp. Well, Ceausescu called this process systematization, something which was at the heart of Le Corbusier's thought. Above all, the destruction of spontaneity, of that terrible anarchic disorder known as the street. But while Ceausescu's ambitions were national, Le Corbusier's were global. The battery farm inhumanity of all this is to me self-evident, and it's not difficult to imagine its appeal both to bureaucratic utopians everywhere and to financial speculators. A duality or synergy that Professor Curl so rightly pointed out. When utopian ideologues and profiteers ally, they form an all but irresistible force. Well, Curl believed that modernism was a cult and had been a cult from the very beginning. That is why, in making Dystopia, he dwelt on the peculiar cultic and medical practices of the early Bauhausler, such as garlic diets and repeated enemas. This, of course, once you're susceptible to cults, you tend to remain susceptible to cults. And the modernist movement was precisely that, a movement. Its great names more adept, actually, at propaganda and indoctrination than actual building. And in this respect, it must be confessed that the movement was enormously successful, which is why a new office building in Jakarta is now indistinguishable from one in Bogota, or one in Melbourne from one in Moscow. The evidence that Professor Curl was right to regard modernism and its successors as a cult that has largely triumphed is ubiquitous. Recently, for example, in an interview in Le Figaro, the French newspaper, Philippe Villeneuve, who was the architect in charge of the restoration of Notre Dame, who incidentally was instrumental in preventing any modernist assault on Notre Dame, said this: May 1968 in France, as elsewhere, was an intellectually catastrophic event in the teaching of architecture. It was decreed that the history of architecture was useless and teaching it became optional. That's a generous way of putting it. It was as if there had never been anything before modernism. Everything began with the Bauhaus, Le Corbusier, Auguste Perret, Mies van der Rohe. Well, I think Professor Kerr would not have agreed with the exact chronology of that, but he would have agreed with the underlying sentiment, namely that the deliberate amputation of architecture and architectural education from the past was catastrophic. Incidentally, something similar has happened in the teaching of fine arts in art schools, where if the history of art is taught at all, it is in a very special version of it that makes a banana taped to a canvas, shall we say, the acme to which all previous art, which started with Roy Lichtenstein, was leading and indeed aspiring. If architectural modernism had not been a cult, surely Le Corbusier's 1941 pamphlet advocating the mass deportation of a population in a war of mass deportations would have been more than enough to have destroyed his career. Can you think of anyone else who could have put forward such an idea that would not have ended his career? But just as the failure of religious leaders' apocalyptic visions does not usually destroy their power, so Le Corbusier's reputation survived any number of horrific plans, not to mention mundane leaking roofs. The cultic nature of modernism and its successors, which Professor Curl so accurately characterized, was evident to me when I attended an exhibition of Le Corbusier's work at the Centre Pompidou in Paris, which was naturally wholly admirative. In this exhibition was a brief film of the construction of Chandigarh, the new capital of the Indian Punjab, with Le Corbusier presiding over the completion of his designs. And in one scene, there was the construction, naturally of concrete, of a large open space. It was, in a sense, hilarious, for the concrete space was completely without the possibility of shade, and this was in a tropical country. It was as if Le Corbusier's idea was to grill, as if on a griddle, people undisciplined enough to meet spontaneously on it for what he would have considered no good reason. Well, I laughed, and the couple next to me looked as if I had laughed at a funeral. And we fell to talking, and I remarked on the sheer incompetence of the design, which was obvious. The concrete would look terrible in no time. In fact, it already looked terrible. It looks terrible before it's even finished, almost instantaneously. The inappropriateness of the design, inappropriateness to the climate, was obvious. My remarks were also obvious, really, and in a sense banal. The fact that they came as a complete surprise to people who were themselves intelligent and cultivated was to me a sign of how far the cult had succeeded in achieving ascendance over many people's minds. Incidentally, Le Corbusier's mistake, if it was a mistake rather than deliberate, was repeated by his disciples in Brasilia when they designed and built that city. My remarks were taken by my interlocutors virtually as heresy. I might as well have denied the existence of God in Mecca and therefore claimed that Muhammad was not his prophet. This impression was strengthened at the bookstall erected at the end of the exhibition. There were books not only by him, he wrote a lot of books, but about him, and in fact there were hundreds of them. Literally hundreds of them. And with one or two exceptions, they were adulatory. And this was obviously evidence of a cult, as Professor Curl said it was, because the number of books was disproportionate, even if Le Corbusier had been as great or as good an architect as his admirers thought. One of the things that I discussed with Professor Curl was whether that, as a result of the triumph of modernism and its successors, he thought that the admirers of modernism actually now saw the world differently from us, whether they actually saw superior beauty in its productions, or whether they were, in effect, seeing or perceiving not with their eyes, but with their ideas or ideology. Or perhaps that they thought that aesthetics were unimportant, that beauty was not one of the desiderata of human existence. Well, there was an element of the emperor's new clothes in the situation. Many people became wary, even afraid, of expressing their skepticism. I don't really have to tell you about that, let alone their dislike of modernism, because they would thereby expose the conventionality of their taste, though, as Professor Curl pointed out, a proper architectural language was capable of infinite variety, as is grammatical language. Grammar imposes rules, but it doesn't actually tell you what the actual content of what you're saying. So grammatical rules and architectural rules do not determine the extent of what can be said. Rules are essential to expression, not destructive of it. Well, whatever else may be said about him, Le Corbusier was an acute psychologist. He spoke in his books of those who cannot see, that is to say, those who were not sufficiently educated or sensitive in some special way to appreciate the rightness of his commands or injunctions, and he gave a lot of commands and injunctions, and all that followed from them. And these were evidently the majority of people. The majority of people, in his view, did not have eyes to see. And incidentally, there is an essay to be written one day about the similarities between Le Corbusier's literary style and Stalin's literary style. They are rather similar. Now, if there were those who cannot see, of course, it means that there are those who can see. In other words, an elite who, unlike the majority, understand and therefore form that elite. I recall in this connection a conversation with a Swiss architect about the Centre Pompidou. Those who did not like it, he said, did not understand it, as if the appreciation of architecture were a wholly intellectual exercise divorced from any sense of beauty. And they had no more right to express an opinion about it than I would have a right to express an opinion about the latest theory of quantum mechanics. Here, of course, we have to be slightly careful, because it is true that art innovation may take some time to be appreciated by any numbers of ordinary people. But first, it must be remembered that most originality in art fails. We remember only the successes. And second, that art is a public art. Architecture is a public art, and unlike fine arts, is indeed inescapable for all citizens, and therefore it has no right to fail. An architect has no right to fail. A painter may be forgiven, because you don't have to look at his painting. But an architect imposes what he creates on other people. Now, to return briefly to the question of the idea of being able to see, in Le Corbusier's sense of being able to see, this is typical of those who would create or lead a cult. The leader has the pleasures of leadership and the exercise of power, while the members have the pleasure of superior wisdom, knowledge, or insight into what is hidden from others. Well, Professor Curl was like the little boy who exclaimed that the emperor had no clothes, except, of course, that he was the very opposite of naive. He was formidably erudite and was able to detect a bad argument when he heard or read one. Now, of course, no believer in the emperor's clothes likes to have his foolishness exposed. And so making dystopia was not well received everywhere. No one, however, pointed to gross errors of scholarship or fact, and it was not on these grounds that he was really attacked. And we've heard, actually, I'm going to repeat one of the things that Stephen Bailey said. He admitted, in fact, in essence, that Curl was right while decrying him. For he wrote in the review, and I'm going to quote again what has already been quoted, "Yes, modernist principles misunderstood by unimaginative planners often led to atrocious results. Le Corbusier's virtual garden cities became vertical garden cities became vertical slums, and there is only a sliver of difference between Walter Gropius's lofty Bauhaus ideals and a crap council estate." Well, this is surely an admission that modernism had appalling visual and even social consequences, which is precisely the burden of the argument. And if anyone were to doubt it, if you would doubt this, I recommend a taxi ride from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris to the center of the city. It is like having your retinas scoured with wirewool. It's curious that this visual hell was created during a period of unprecedented prosperity. To return, however, to the question of whether people actually see the urban world differently as a result of having to live in one that is dominated by modernism and its successors. If initially we get what we don't like, do we eventually come to like what we get? Do our ideas of the beautiful, or even of the importance of the beautiful, change in the same way that we habituate to a bad smell? Do we become inured to, or accustomed to, or even like the ugly? And I won't refer here, but there's a wonderful essay by the Belgian sinologist about the kingdom of the ugly, about how people are actually relieved by ugliness. The ugliness around them gives them a sense of relief. Well, I asked these questions of James Curl, in particular in connection with a small collection of photographic books that I have accumulated about brutalist architecture. Many people love what they hate, and I accumulate books about brutalist architecture around the world. And they were, of course, all these books were admirers of that style of architecture. And the curious paradox is that if I were compiling a book to demonstrate the horrors of brutalism, I would choose exactly the same photographs as those chosen by the authors to expose its great qualities, amongst which, incidentally, beauty is very rarely mentioned, if at all, though such things as boldness, originality, innovativeness, unexpectedness, and so forth are often mentioned. Well, the professor, who I think I can safely say was a man of definite opinions, was slightly unsure how to interpret this. He feared, though he did not actually assert, that the aesthetic sensibility of people had been changed by the process of habituation that I have mentioned. If so, the world was destined for yet further degradation and uglification, to use a word that itself not very beautiful. Does ugliness matter if no one notices it? Well, there are grounds for optimism and grounds for pessimism. Research shows that people, whether they know it or not, have not lost their capacity for some kind of aesthetic judgment. rather as the defacers of walls with graffiti, are much more inclined, statistically, to deface ugly surfaces than elegant or beautiful ones, thus suggesting an aesthetic judgment that they probably would not acknowledge. So people who would avow no interest in the aesthetics of architecture have been shown to walk past modernist buildings and avert their gaze from them in a way that they don't when they walk past more traditional buildings. Thus, they may have some kind of awareness, even if it is not at the forefront of their minds. Aesthetic judgment, in my view, is deep-seated and probably ineradicable. It's part of human nature. In that sense, there are grounds for optimism. On the other hand, the almost universal, or at any rate overwhelmingly common preference for traditional and non-modernist or postmodernist or any of the kinds of postmodernist architecture seems to have had very little effect on the actual practice of architects of large buildings, or at least on what is actually built, or in the reaction of what might be called the clerisy of architecture. When, for example, the late Frank Gehry died, there was an outpouring of posthumous sycophancy, the like of which I had not seen since the death of Princess Diana. And despite the evident, almost aggressive ugliness or absurdity of what he built, he was praised to the skies. For architectural egotism, nothing could equal his Luma Tower in Arles, in France. For irony, anything that could equal his Cleveland Clinic Lou Rover Center for Brain Health in Las Vegas, which looks as if it has either been crumpled in an earthquake or actually designed by someone with very, very severe brain damage, by a patient of the center, in fact. The best thing I can say about the late Mr. Gehry is that at least he had the courage of his ugliness. The house he designed for himself was as hideous as anything he designed for the public. In fact, a one-building slum. None of this would have surprised James, I think. It was thoroughly in keeping with his belief in the cultic characteristic of modern architecture, at least in its visible and prominent forms. Of course, nilly nisi bonum and all that. But this does not account for the ante-mortem failure to criticize or for the continued patronage that Gehry continued to enjoy to construct his bizarre and egomaniac buildings. This takes us into the depths, or is it the shallows, of our cultural moment. But this, I think I can say, that James Stephen Curl's Making Dystopia is and will remain a powerful tool in any fight back, if there is, in fact, to be one. For nothing better has ever exposed the pretensions of those who believe that the world began and presumably will end with them. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for this scholar session. And we are going to have a small coffee break. I don't have glasses. Does anybody know? Because I cannot see the number. Yes. So half an hour?
Just over, actually.
Yes, fantastic. Before we have the James Stephen Curl honorary lecture by Christiane Salge from Darmstadt in Germany, diving deeply into architecture history and the part of history that James absolutely loved. So I think refreshments are ready? Yeah? Yeah? final lecture and we call it the honorary James Stevens Curl Lecture 2026, in order to honor James, but also to honor the architecture historians doing history research on pre-modernist buildings and persons. So it's very deliberate that we have invited Christiane, which is an architecture historian from Darmstadt, Germany, and she has done a lot of research on the history of German teaching methods in architecture. Please welcome Christiane.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere thanks for the invitation to give this lecture in honor to James Stevens Curl, and it's also an honor for me to be invited. The title of my presentation is, as you can see, Architecture and Science, Architectural Education at the Berlin Bauakademie around 1800. Do you hear me? Is this clear? Okay. Some of you may associate the Bauakademie with a building in Berlin designed by Carl Friedrich Schinkel and constructed between 1832 and 1836. It was severely damaged during the Second World War and subsequently demolished in 1962 to make way for the GDR's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Recently, the building has once again become the focus of heated architectural debates in Berlin because at the end of 2016, the federal government unexpectedly allocated 62 million euros for the reconstruction of this icon of architectural history. This led to a major debate about the nature of the reconstruction in modern or historic forms, which has now, 10 years on, apparently resulted in at least an external reconstruction. So, in my opinion, this is not the right decision in 2026 to reconstruct a new center for architecture in Germany. There must be a new, and if you don't mind, a modern answer. And I'm sure Schinkel would share my opinion because he hated reconstructions. However, the fact that the Bauakademie itself was actually founded as a building school early as 1799, and what its architectural teaching entailed in detail is less well known. And that is what we shall be looking at below. In my lecture, I would like to give you a glimpse of architectural education at the German-speaking academies in the period around 1800, with a special focus on the Berlin Bauakademie. Why around 1800? Because in this period, in the second half of the 18th century and in the first third of the 19th century, in connection with the Enlightenment, the industrialization, and with a deepened scientific debate, there were renewals that had a great impact on architecture. For example, by the emergence of new building tasks like banks, hospitals, libraries, or by the increasingly important construction of infrastructures like roads, bridges, dams, ports. In the first part of my paper, I would like to show how the Bauakademie in Berlin or other German building institutions reacted to these innovations by changing their educational structures. In the second part, I focus on the specific pedagogical strategies used to teach architecture around in 1800 in Berlin, but also in Munich, in Vienna, and in Karlsruhe. So I start with part one. The teaching of architecture at most European art academies around 1700 consisted of three subjects. The mathematical subjects like geometry and perspective, an actual architecture class, which focused primarily on column orders and the teaching of ancient architecture, and a drawing class common to the art academy. I show you here behind me the timetable for the architecture students at the Berlin Art Academy around 1700, from which, I think you see it, it's clear that this was by no means a complete education. The academic lessons had to be combined with the previous or accompanying work in the building office of a practicing architect. This situation can be applied to the whole of Europe. The academies were important because the competitions and exhibitions held here increased the ambition of the students and at the same time influenced the taste in art of the society. In France, the state began to institutionalize the teaching of architecture more strongly around 1740 and 50, certainly for economic and infrastructural reasons, and that is important, to divide it into different areas. There was still the Académie Royale d'Architecture, but with the École des Ponts et des Chaussées, founded in 1747, a school of civil engineering was created in which scientific subjects as field measurements, mechanics, statics, and construction were taught. This is where the new profession of engineer was formed. In addition, there was the extremely successful private school of Jacques-François Blondel, and later the École Polytechnique as a quasi-scientific basic education for the various engineering professions, but also for the profession of architect. This new development in Paris was observed with interest in Berlin in the last third of the 18th century, since here too, due to the territorial growth in Prussia, more and more well-trained building officials were needed in the building administrations, and attempts were made to control these through new training structures. The contemporary discussions in Berlin leading up to the founding of the Bauakademie are exciting in this context. For instance, at the Academy of Art in 1798, there was a survey of opinion among the teachers as to how they would like to see the teaching improved. And furthermore, the members of the two Prussian building administrations were asked by the king to draw up plans for a building school in conjunction with the Academy. As a result, we have several expert opinions that present completely different ideas of an ideal architectural education, and I hope you can follow it a little bit on the slide, but I will tell you. It's a wonderful source. While the Oberbau department, the building administration, which was largely responsible for the entire building industry in Prussia, wanted to detach the training from the academy and envisaged its own building institution with a high level of schooling, the Hofbauamt, the court building department, wanted to see the training anchored at the Academy of Arts and a close connection between science, technology, art, and building practice here. The members of the Academy also wanted to see an improvement in the training of architects and advocated that this continue to exist at the Academy of Arts, but they were nevertheless unable to come to terms with a more scientifically orientated curriculum. Member Hans Christian Janelli, and you see him down there, for example, spoke out, and I quote, "Architecture itself can only find its way into the academy as fine visual art." End of quote. He excluded all sciences that could be fixed to fixed rules such as mathematics, optics, hydraulics, and mechanics from academic teaching and spoke out in favor of artistic freedom. Ultimately, the Donner, the Prussian king, Frederick William III, decided that he did not want to have two different institutions in Berlin and demanded that the parties come to an agreement. Whatever happened, the Bauakademie of 1799 is a very interesting compromise between an academic and polytechnic institution. To give you an idea of this compromise, I show you the timetable here, where you can see that the study at the Bauakademie was divided into 17 different subjects taught by 15 teachers. In addition to the obligatory drawing classes, there were classes in the auxiliary mathematical science like mathematics, field measures, and perspectives, as well as in all areas of magnificence, water, and rural architecture. This diversity of subjects and the large number of teachers in the Bauakademie is exceptional, as a comparison with other German institutions show. For example, you can see it down there at the Art Academy in Munich, which was newly established in 1809. There was only one architecture teacher, while in Vienna, you see it up there, around 1800, there were 3 teachers who taught only the classical academic canon of subjects like architecture, drawing, and mathematics. This was probably similar at most other European art academies. At the private building school in Karlsruhe, there was a drawing teacher in addition to the architect Friedrich Weinbrenner, and here the subject of construction was explicitly offered in addition to a normal curriculum. So, while in Berlin at the Academy they reacted to the developments in Paris already around 1799 with the integration of the increasingly necessary polytechnic education in the field of architecture, in other places they dealt completely differently. As I will show you in the slide, in Munich and Vienna, the academies remained strongly traditional and oriented towards the art of magnificent architecture like palaces, churches, large public buildings, and not rural architecture until well into the 19th century. Instead, in 1850 in Vienna and in 1827 in Munich, polytechnic schools with a strong scientific and technical orientation were established. While in Munich from 1827 onwards, polytechnic education precedes the academic architecture education, in Vienna they tried to coordinate parallel studies at both schools for architecture students. That didn't work very well, so they chose the Munich solution. In Karlsruhe, on the other hand, the teachers at the two private building and engineering schools, they were separated, that existed side by side, had already spoken out early on in favor of a joint polytechnic school, quasi like the one in Bauakademie. They said it's a polytechnic school, but this was not implemented until 1825. While Berlin and later Karlsruhe reacted early to the new educational institutions in Paris and integrated the polytechnical courses into the architectural teaching, the two academies in Vienna and Munich deliberately persisted with the traditional, strongly artistic education of architects for a long time. My comparison, or the comparison with other academies and schools of architecture in the German-speaking world, has thus shown that around 1799, the Bauakademie was a complete exception with its combination of artistic and academic subjects alongside polytechnic disciplines. The source material covering the early years of the Bauakademie is excellent. For instance, and it reminds me what Anders showed you in the morning, for instance, the former student registers for the period between 1799 and 1805 have been preserved. As the student lists record not only the names, but also the father's occupation, the place of birth, the age of the pupils, and the intentions regarding their future vocation, meaning what they want to be in the future, as well as the subjects taken into the respective half year, are noted. Alongside with the teacher's comments on the students' diligence and success, the students' registers lend themselves perfectly to analysis. For example, students' performance is assessed with comments such as excellent, but also without comment. And we also find the comment rarely attended, something we recognize from students' life today. There was an ideal study plan spanning 8 semesters, but as I will show below, hardly any student followed it to the letter. In total, over 500 students studied at the Bauakademie during the period in question between 1799 and 1806. This is quite a high number, on an average of 60 new enrollments per year. The timetable at the Bauakademie, as I said before, was actually designed for 4 years. But very few students went to the Bauakademie according to the system. Only very few actually completed their entire education here. Instead, most of the students spent only a little more than 2 semesters at the Bauakademie. And you can see this, I think, on the slide. You see the 8 semesters, which should be, there are only 6 and more, it's just like 8. And most of them studied just like 1 or 2 semesters. This has nothing to do with a large dropout rate, but is rather related to the obviously very selective study on the part of the students. Many students came to Berlin from the Prussian provinces in order to deepen the scientific and artistic aesthetic skills they had already acquired in building practice and to climb the next step in the career ladder of the Prussian building administration by taking an architectural art examination at the Oberbaudepartement to become a building inspector. Others specifically took subjects to specialize in only one particular area, for example, in the hydraulic engineering or road construction, or also magnificent architecture at the Bauakademie. Prospective architects came from all over Germany to take combinations of subjects in Berlin that were hardly available elsewhere. In other words, in the early years, the Bauakademie served less as a basic training center than as a place to deepen artistic, aesthetic, and above all, scientific and technical knowledge. This was different for the other art academies, as the following slide shows you. Of course, there were also students who studied at the academy for only a short time, but as a rule, there were significantly fewer students who studied there for much longer time. The comparison shows that in Vienna an average of 16 new students started per year, in Munich 14 and in Karlsruhe 4, but the length of stay tended to be several years. This is undoubtedly also due to the fact that many Berlin students simply could not afford the fees for the individual courses of lectures, which ranged from 3 to 8 Reichstaler. By way of comparison, the average weekly wage of a craftsman or weaver in Berlin towards the end of the 18th century was around 2 Reichstaler, meaning that the enrollment fee of 10 Reichstaler was already higher than a craftsman's monthly earning at that time. In contrast, the academies in Munich and Vienna were free of charge, apart from the one-time matriculation fee to be paid at the beginning. So one could also stretch the lessons at the academies longer without further costs. The school in Karlsruhe was quite expensive, yet there are many students here who stayed there up to 4 to 6 years. How successful the students were depended less on the number of teachers, the variety of subjects offered, nor the length of study. Many also stayed at several institutions for shorter periods of time and combined this with travel. A conclusion of the foregoing is that architectural education varied greatly in structure and content among the German academies around 1800. However, this is not related to ignorance, as one might assume. On the contrary, the academies were very knowledgeable about what was going on at the main other academies. Since many teachers had themselves studied at other academies or had made study trips, the connections were quite close. I have tried to show the context also to the foreign cities like to Paris, Rome and London for the 4 institutions on this slide. Rome and Paris in particular remained preferred destinations. Also, in the 19th century, academy memberships were increasingly given to directors and teachers of other academies in order to strengthen the connections between the institutions. So I was able, for example, to find repeated references to correspondence, exchange of statutes, and information in the archives of the institutions. And perhaps you can see the head of the Karlsruhe building school. He was member here, he was member there, and his Großherzog, so his Dutch, he was also member here. So there were really strong connections, and the exchange of information was quite good. An analysis of student numbers across the individual subjects between 1799 and 1806 in Berlin reveals a relatively balanced picture. And you can see it perhaps, I hope you can see it here. For example, a large number of students enrolled in the design course, which spanned 2 semesters. Most chose architectural drawing, and many also took the very highly specialized course on hydraulic engineering or construction. It is therefore clear from the above that in the early years, the Bauakademie was clearly not designed just as a polytechnic, but was conceived as a compromise in which subjects of more scientific nature were offered and studied alongside those of artistic and aesthetic nature. So the establishment of the Bauakademie created a training center for building officials that was closely aligned with the needs of the two building authorities. However, alongside subjects focused on practical construction and engineering, it also retained an artistic focus. Attending the Bauakademie served as preparation for the examinations set by the two building authorities, which together with proof of several years' practical experience were the qualification for a successful career in the Prussian building administration. This means that despite the successful institutionalization of the Bauakademie, studying at this institution did not automatically lead to a professional qualification or a final certificate. So, and now I come to the second part of my lecture, and there will be much more nice pictures, in which I would like to focus more on the way architecture was taught at the 4 locations. I will distinguish between teaching and learning through drawing, teaching through lecturing and publishing textbooks, and teaching and learning through building practice. The teaching in the field of drawing can definitely be compared well in all 4 case studies, like in Vienna, Munich, Berlin, and Karlsruhe. For example, the study of antiquity was a central component of instructions at all 4 institutions. Drawing and copying from model of ancient column details and ornaments was intended to perfect drawing skills and train taste. So also in 1800, you showed it a little bit later. In Berlin, the professor of architecture, Heinrich Genz, taught a 1-semester course on the theory of column orders. In 1806, he had published a work in which he explained his teaching approach. He first explained to his students the strict rules, terms, and proportions derived from antiquity on the basis of templates of classical examples of column order, and through drawing these templates, the students were to gain confidence in them. For the advanced students, he used well-chosen examples of order, as you can see on the slide, to show that according to the character theory he taught, one should think about an appropriate column order, proportion, and structure for the respective building task. For example, he recommended, and you can see it on the left side, that in Doric compositions intended to appear light, the central capital on the left should be used. Whereas, if one wished to create a more imposing impression, as in case, for example, for funerary monuments, the capitals on the right should be chosen. The first step seems to have been, as was shown in the analysis of the lessons at all 4 institutions, initially drawing from given good templates until the more advanced students were allowed to design independent solutions. I show you here, for example, template sheets on column orders details from the Viennese architecture lessons. The collection of the Vienna Academy contained numerous drawings of this kind, which the teacher, Vinzenz Fischer, produced for his pupils, for his students, depicting volutes, acanthus leaves, and rosettes. Thanks to the perfect shading, the drawings appear remarkably 3-dimensional, like plaster cards. I can illustrate this method using a few examples of teacher and student drawings I could find. Here you will always see the original drawing by the Vienna Academy professor on the left side, so these both of them, and the student copy of column capital on the right. And here you can see the design for an arch composition by the teacher left and by 2 students on the right side. Annual competitions were also held in Vienna in an attempt to encourage students to perfect their drawing technique. For the beginners, the task was to draw a column order with correct perspective, and the art was to transfer the column order from an orthogonal drawing into a perspective drawing, and you can see it on the left side and in the middle. And the perspective drawing should show light and shadow. That was very important. Only the advanced students had to present an independent design for a given building task. In Karlsruhe, at his private school, Weinbrenner demonstrably presented his students with a whole canon of templates or tasks as materials for drawing before the students were allowed to try their hand at independent designs in the further course of their training. And here you can see from 2 different students, so they had to copy the same template. And here I will show you some more examples from his perspective lessons. So in Karlsruhe, you can see the drawings by 2 students based on the same template by Weinbrenner. And there were also preparatory drawings for timber joints, roofs, and bridge structures, as you can see in the corresponding students' drawings I show you here. In other words, copying templates, which was often judged negatively, continued to be the decisive means of forming taste and training drawing and design skills at the beginning of every architectural studies. Particular emphasis was placed in the early 19th century on the correct colored wash of the drawings, with strict attention to the perspective of light and shadow. This is a phenomenon that can be observed at all 4 training centers, which can be proven in the numerous drawings of antique column details and, as you see here, in these very, very nice ornaments. These are all from the students. This was also the case in Munich, where the local architecture teacher Karl von Fischer had produced perfectly inked models for his pupils in 1809-10, as this capital and the detail of the entablature demonstrates. In the estate of his pupils, we find drawings based either on Fischer's models or on ancient plaster cast, I don't know, which originate from his lessons. Here too, the aim of the teaching exercise was on the one hand the study of ancient ornamentation, but also the training of perfect drawing technique. And you see that totally different students painted or draw nearly the same thing. In Berlin, a lot of emphasis was placed on teaching perspective. Gilli's elaborate master drawings bear witness to this. The 2 drawings you see here can be classified as perspective studies and served as a reference material for Gilli's lectures on optics and perspective at the Bauakademie in 1799. However, Gilli's perspective studies have little in common with the often rather abstract plates featuring geometric solids or poorly constructional outline drawings found in other perspective treatises that were previously used in teaching. And here I'm showing you below 2 examples from perspective textbooks from the early 18th and 19th century. I'm quite sure you know from the book from Andrea Pozzo, and this is a Prussian teacher. Gilli combined the arrangement of cubes typical of perspective treatises, but he combined it with a landscape designed accordingly to painterly principles, and I can show you the next. I think you know what I mean. These are formally accomplished perspective studies through which Gilli was able to explain to his students the advantages of the perspectival construction of architecture and the use of light and shadow, as well as the effect of colors and development of atmospheric perspective, whilst at the same time making the constructive steps comprehensible by means of the inscribed lines and axes. And I just showed it. So this was a kind of construction team, and you see these lines over there. In my view, with these drawings, Friedrich Gilli is attempting to design new teaching aids tailored to the specific needs of architects of the time, which present the latest scientific construction solutions whilst simultaneously integrating aesthetic aspects at the highest artistic level. To this end, he adopts a new didactic teaching method appropriate to the discipline of architecture, which straddles the fields of art, technology, practice, and science. By presenting future architects with these aesthetically very appealing drawings, which demonstrate the possibilities of perspective for visualizing their design proposals to their future clients, whilst at the same time introducing a very simple method, one that is not purely mathematical and therefore not unnecessarily complex for the architectural needs, when achieved more than through the theoretical perspective lessons previously taught mostly by pure mathematicians. A study of these two drawings, I hope I made it clear, shows the high standards with which teaching at the Bau Academy was reformed around 1800. A specific perspective exercise by Gilly can be indirectly identified through the papers of some of the students at the Berlin Bau Academy. In the estates of the architects Martin van Alten and Karl von Haller and Hallerstein, and in a very similar manner in that of Karl Friedrich Schinkel, perspective studies of a huge stone arch with a staircase in front and figurative elements and a view into the distance had been preserved, suggesting a shared model or assignment. With this drawing skill, the students were able to convince their future clients of the quality of their unbuilt designs at the same time, the design itself became art. They could be shown at exhibitions alongside other works of fine arts, admired and sold, and we know that they were sold. When it came to the correct representation in drawing lessons, no distinction was made in Berlin between magnificent buildings, technical buildings, as you can see here, there are some drawings of weirs and bridges, or mechanical or technical details. It was obviously important in Prussia to achieve a certain standard of drawing technique in education so that the buildings and construction details designed at the headquarters of the building administrations in Berlin could be translated into reality through comprehensible and precise drawings by the building officials, even in the most distant provinces. Now I come to the next part, now to learning through lectures or through the writing of textbooks. Here, Berlin is much more of a pioneer than other academies due to its half polytechnical teaching. In Berlin, there were lectures in the subject of economic or rural architecture, hydraulic engineering, I told you before, and road construction, in which the students were taught the most important types of the buildings. They also learned to make drawings and to calculate the construction costs. Most teachers of these subjects had also written corresponding textbooks for this purpose, what I like to show you in one example. Heinrich Karl Riedel, a teacher of rural or vernacular architecture, that is the study of the architecture of rural residential buildings like farmyards, stables, and so on, everything in the countryside, published several textbooks for use in the classroom. Of particular interest is a copy of his book, An Outline of Rural Architecture Designed for Lectures, published in 1806. You can see this is a special copy, meaning that a blank sheet has been bound between each printed page to allow for lecture notes, additions, and drawings, as can be seen here. This was a common practice often used in textbooks. The copy presented here came from the collection of the stonemason and architect Johann Gottlieb Christian Kantian, who was a student at the Bau Academy from 1810 to 1813. These through-bound copies, so we call it in Germany, durchschossene Kopien, Bücher, are thus in effect both printed lecture manuscripts and lecture notes at the same time, and therefore a special form of a textbook. Heinrich Karl Riedel, so the same professor, had already produced another book in connection with his lecture on rural architecture as early as 1803. And this is a collection of plates featuring building designs which, as the title indicates, he had specifically commissioned and had printed for his lectures on rural architecture. In the book preface, he explained the reason for its publication by stating that his students had often been unable, due to the lack of time, to, I quote, regularly sketch the farm and rural buildings I had sketched out. Nevertheless, it was clear and obvious that without these drawings, little or at best very imperfect benefit could be expected from my lectures during their revision at home. End of quote. Apparently, so far, Riedel had used the method for his course of sketching the buildings on the blackboard, which, however, had cost him a great deal of time. In this respect, he decided to have all the drawings relating to his lecture engraved in copper and to provide them with a brief explanation. And I show you now. In this book, he published 8, and I show you 4 large format plates featuring designs for example, a regular village layout. I think you can see it down here. I'm sorry, I always think it's a pointer. A wide variety of farm buildings and a village church. You can see it up there, shown in plan and elevation views. Designs relating to Riedel's teaching of rural architecture can be found in the estates of some of the Bauakademie students. These are likely to have been examinations and assignments. The students were required to adapt the prototypes shown by Riedel independently and to draw them using different materials and on a different scale. As an example, I'm showing the design for a cowshed and young stock shed by the Bauakademie student Bruckmann, who adopts Riedel's method of representation in plan, elevation, and section, but now draws this type in stone and on a different scale in color. It is only thanks to Riedel's panels and templates that we can establish with a high degree of certainty the specific connection between the student's work and the teaching at the Bauakademie. In this ideal scenario with Riedel, the students therefore had the opportunity to purchase both the textbook and the accompanying illustrations, enabling them to prepare thoroughly for their lessons and exams. Nevertheless, one must ask whether and how many of the Bauakademie students actually read these books or could afford them, or whether they were more likely to have been purchased by construction workers already in employment, so that they could acquire knowledge through self-study. Because the books were not cheap, but, and that's good, could be used in the library of the Building Academy. The rural building art, which represented an important part in the education in Berlin, played demonstrably no role in the 2 academies in Vienna and Munich. Despite the requirement imposed by the Berlin Academy of Architecture's management in 1799 that teachers should publish textbooks for the lesson, it appears that in most subjects at the Academy, teaching was predominantly carried out through lectures and note-taking. For in the general regulations for those attending classes at the Building Academy, but this is published 1824, so it's really later, it is stipulated, you can see the extract with the original wording here, quote, that every student shall compile special notebooks from the lectures delivered, which they must submit to the director 8 days after the conclusion of each lecture, end of quote. Evidently, the notes were intended to provide insight into how regularly each individual attended the lectures and had worked on them earnestly and carefully in their notes. These notes thus served as a kind of monitoring practice on the part of the Bauakademie's board of directors. Some of these notes from the 1820s have survived. The fact that these notes were bound in leather also demonstrates the importance the students attached to the study of architecture at the Bauakademie. 2 sets of lecture notes from the years 1822 and 1824 have survived from the Stadtbaukunst, so it's like urban building lesson, lectures given by Heinrich Genz and his successor Martin Friedrich Rabe. These provide us with a good insight in the course content. These include the notes by August Röbling, I think you might know him, a student who studied at the Bauakademie from 1824 to 1826, later emigrated to North America and was responsible for the design of the Brooklyn Bridge, as well as the lecture notes from 1822, you see it on the right side, by Ludwig Persius, who later became a Prussian court architect. The lecture on urban architecture by Heinrich Genz and Martin Friedrich Rabe were probably exceptional for that time. In this lecture, they presented the most important building types and their design, thus anticipating today's teaching of building typology. I think so. It must be emphasized, however, that Gens and Rabe primarily imparted encyclopedic knowledge, and that his lecture on building types was not linked to a more extensive, like a theory of architecture and design. However, with his selection of building types, Gens tried to prepare his students well for the new public building tasks, such as courthouses, but also you see here a floor plan of a prison or of a hospital, but also of museums, etc., that were becoming increasingly important in practice. Since he also consulted the most modern specialized literature for this purpose, for example, like the books of the Italian architect Francesco Milizia, his students possessed a whole portfolio of potential typological building solutions that they could call upon and implement in building practice. Due to the poor available of sources, there is no evidence of comparably extensive theoretical teaching in architecture either for Munich or for Vienna. Everything suggests that the architecture content there was taught more through drawing. I would like to briefly discuss Weinbrenner's publications, especially his Architektonisches Lehrbuch, architecture textbook, which was published in several volumes between 1810 and 1825. As has been repeatedly demonstrated by research, the volumes largely served as the basis for Weinbrenner's teaching. They dealt with the basics of geometric drawing, optics and perspective, as well as a theory of architectural ornamentation and advanced architecture. The final volume, which might be quite the most interesting one, on stone and timber construction, remains unfinished and was never published. The Architektonische Lehrbuch was the only comprehensive German-language architectural textbook around 1800. Of course, other architects also wrote about architecture, but the way Weinbrenner structured his book didactically, presenting the knowledge in individual booklets and in the form of propositions and tasks of increasing complexity, was unique at the time. With his publication, Weinbrenner's teaching virtually went on a kind of media journey, and we can assume that his book was widely distributed, especially in German-speaking countries, but I also know that one of his books was translated into English. In addition, drawings by architecture student Anton Hallmann, who attended the artillery school in Hanover from 1828 to 1830, show that he studied Weinbrenner's textbook on perspective intensively, and I show you just another example of his drawing exercises. And it is clear that individual plates from Weinbrenner's book were also used in teaching at the Bauakademie in Berlin, as shown by the drawing in the estate of Martin Rabe. He's a teacher and administrator of the teaching collection, and he's employed at the Bauakademie, which he also colored. And here you see the Weinbrenner template on the left side, and I found this in the estate of Martin Friedrich von Alten, and he colored it. I think also for teaching skills. Now I come to the last aspect, teaching and learning through practical experience. In addition to the drawing classes and the accompanying theoretical lecture classes, in which design skills were also taught, practical building components were also part of the instruction at all four institutions. In Berlin, for example, half of the lessons in field measurement were practical, and the teachers of the architecture lectures and of building construction, as well as in the drawing lessons, took the students to their building studios and to the building sites or on excursions in order to teach them constructional, technical, but also building planning and aesthetic contents on the concrete objects. And here you can see from a student working in the field. The illustration here show Friedrich Gilly examining the Gothic tabernacle in Fürstenwalde, Brandenburg, with two pupils and recording it in a drawing. Whilst the pupils drawing on in the middle by Martin Friedrich Rabe in the center depicts the subject with great precision. The teacher has opted for a certain degree of simplification and adapted it to a classical taste of the time. Also, this example dates from before the founding of the Bauakademie in 1799. It reflects the emerging interest in architecture research into medieval architecture and art around 1800. Also in Munich and in Karlsruhe around 1800, learning on the concrete building tasks of the teacher was an important section in the teaching of advanced architects. They were involved in the building planning process, in drawing the plans, and as construction supervisors of the buildings, they were used like that. We know, for example, that at the Academy founded in Munich in 1809, the professor of architecture, Karl von Fischer, was required to provide his students with both theoretical and practical instruction in architecture, but only 1 hour a day he had to do. Fischer's lessons are likely to have focused primarily on teaching classical architecture and drawing. From the memoirs from one student, we know that beginners were apparently always assigned more experienced pupils as drawing table companions, and that the younger students had to assist the older ones as apprentices in producing drawings. At the same time, the older students were allowed to take charge of the craftsmen on Karl von Fischer's building sites in Munich on a daily basis, always under the strict supervision of their professor. In this way, the students were able to gain practical experience on the building sites alongside their traditional academic training. Structural knowledge was thus learned not theoretically in the classroom, but through practical building experience. Friedrich Weinbrenner also involved his advanced students in Karlsruhe, who had all received a consistent grounding in drawing and design in his practical working processes and building projects, enabling them to gain hands-on experience in construction. And here you can see him between 2 of his students. His students were no longer required to copy templates, but instead based on discussions of Weinbrenner's current building designs, which the students also worked on, they devised variations, I can't spell it, in accordance with the correct construction and form of a building project. Countless slightly modified copies of Weinbrenner's designs for real-life building projects bear witness to this, and I should show you one example here, and I think you can find the subtle differences in the student's drawing on the right side. Study trips, which usually followed on from the course of study, also played an important role. Weinbrenner had vehemently advocated the latter in his textbook as part of an architect's final education. In the foreword to his first volume of his architectural textbook, he wrote, and I quote, "Having matured to a higher level of perfection after completing his training, he, the architecture student, should not embark on his architecture journey at home and abroad before the age of 22 to 24, end of quote. He recommends Italy as the first destination where students can study antiquities. This can then be compared with the study of Greece before completing their studies in France, as he writes. For convenience, then in Germany and England, here above all to deepen their knowledge of agriculture, architecture, and timber construction technology." What is striking is the length of many of these journeys of the Karlsruhe students. Some were on the road for 2, 3, or even 4 years. If one evaluates the travel itinerary where it is known, it becomes clear that the Karlsruhe students followed his instructions. The main destination was always Italy, especially Rome and Naples, along with a few other destinations as can be seen here. These study trips to Italy were typical for German-speaking architects of the 18th and 19th centuries and were in line with the customs observed among graduates of the academies in Munich and Vienna. As an example, I will show you some drawings from the study trip of Weinbrenner's pupil Heinrich Hübsch between 1817 and 1821. He certainly drew and studied ancient architecture, especially Greek architecture, but as the drawings prove, he was also interested in medieval and Renaissance architecture in Italy. Another student was Karl Josef Bergmüller, whose extensive study trip took him to Austria, northern Germany, Paris, and Italy. In Italy, he made architecture drawings of ancient buildings and details. But it can also be observed then, in keeping with the Romantic era, he was enthusiastic about medieval and Renaissance architecture, you can see in the middle and perhaps also on the left side, and contemporary neo-Gothic buildings. But also, as this page from his Paris sketchbook on the right shows, he was interested in technical structures and infrastructures such as bridges and their construction details. All of Weinbrenner's students were certainly interested in technical buildings and structures, but it is clear from the destinations and the surviving travel sketches that the focus here was more on architecture than on civil engineering. However, in view of institutional developments in France with the separation of training courses for architects and engineers and technical innovations in England and France, this very one-sided focus on Italy as a travel destination is somewhat surprising. Things were handled differently in Prussia. For example, until 1810, the Bauakademie in Berlin initially only supported study trips for architecture students on which the travelers, and I quote, gained knowledge of the numerous works both on land, water, and in mechanical engineering for their own benefit and for the benefit of the state, end of quote. In other words, the aim was to strengthen the polytechnic rather than the artistic orientation of teaching at the Bauakademie, in the hope that this would increase the knowledge of the individual students and at the same time that of the relevant Prussian building authorities. It is clear that the restrictions placed on the travel grant were intended to promote students with a polytechnic focus. The first recipient of the grant was Friedrich Johannes Ernst Schulz, who in 1803 intended to study the traditions of hydraulic engineering in Holland and France. He was required to keep a construction journal on all subjects that caught his attention and to submit a detailed report with drawings and descriptions to the Board of Trustees of the Bauakademie upon his return. He compiled this construction journal and published it in 1808 under the title Attempt at Some Contributions to Hydraulic Architecture. These study trips, which were more focused on construction technology, had already been taking place in Prussia in earlier times, motivated by the building authorities. In 1790-91, for example, Heinrich August Riedel, a building officer in the Prussian Department of Public Works, traveled through Germany and Holland with Friedrich Gilly, you know him now, for the purpose of studying hydraulic engineering. And here I'm showing you illustrations from their construction journal, and the drawings were made by Friedrich Gilly. And you see he was a young one then. I come now to the end. Finally, a passage from Friedrich Gilly of 1797 is quoted in which the problem of the separation of architecture and science is aptly stated, and I quote, and you see the German quote, I quote in English. We would probably already be further along if art and science had united earlier and more intimately for architecture. Both can achieve a great deal together, but if each goes its own way, this is not possible. Without scientific guidance, the artist falls into the daring and the outlandish. Without the artist's eye and artistic feeling, the scholar loses the material for contemplation and also lacks the sensual ability to prepare and present. End of quote. The founding of the Bauakademie in 1799 was a decisive step in the direction of the desired unification of the art of building and science in architecture. It becomes clear, I hope, what different positions and solutions the individual institutions still took in the period after 1800 on the question of the relationship between the art of building and science and teaching. From this, it can be seen that the differentiation into the two professions of architects and engineers in the German-speaking world, unlike in neighboring France, went through a much slower process, and due to the diversity of the individual dominions, diverse institutional solutions were also developed. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Christiane, for an exciting lecture. And Christiane has written 400 pages times 2 about this in German, a book that should be read by German architecture students and grown-up architects. But to make you available also in English is fantastic for an English audience. It's not accessible, really, for the English-speaking world. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So now there is a break. I think maybe the bar has opened.
No, it hasn't.
So it will open a free bar. Yes. final session, the conversation part. And after the conversation part led by Eskil Narenbakken and Carl, we will have something to eat and drink and just relax after an exhaustive day of learning a lot of things. Okay?
Okay, we have had a long, instructive, interesting, and fantastic day. So now we're into the relaxed, laid-back session. We will just sort of round up, see what we can take on from this day, this event. So I will not ask any new or difficult questions. Basically, I have just a short set of questions with more or less self-evident answers, but I would like you to just elaborate and reflect a little on it. The title of this seminar is The Joy of Beauty, and it's a memorial event for James Stephens Curl. It's also a marking of a culture that needs to be continued. I'd like to start with, it's a saying or a quotation that we sometimes use in Norway. It says that a giant went through the land. And when giants go through the land, they leave some traces. So the question becomes, what traces are the main traces left by James Stephens Curl? Of course, this is a very wide question, but if I simplify it, what is the main traces here from James? Is it his work as an historian, or is it as a critic? Please, if you start, Nir.
Could I be the last?
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think there's a distinction. I think to be a good critic, you also have to be an historian. In other words, in what we do, and actually I would say generally, if you don't have an understanding of the history of what you're doing, just forget it. In fairness, modernists also have this view, but their history starts in about 1919. But nonetheless, James's point of criticism was that he really understood the history.
Well, I think that the trace that he made, for me, was that he did his research. You know, he did his homework. And there you have it. You have the book, Making Dystopia. And to me, it's the definitive version of modernism in architecture, because I trust James, because he did the homework.
Mm-hmm. I think that he obviously left great books behind. He did the research, and you do need to know your history if you're going to be speaking to it. But I think that he was really passionate about the application of the knowledge. And in that email that you mentioned, I didn't know it had existed. But the idea of creating the institutions for the future practice of what is real architecture, because what is being called architecture today actually has nothing to do with architecture. The structures that are being produced are not even identified by the human brain as buildings. Buildings have to show some indication of having the touch of a human hand in their making. And the whole purpose of the modernist story is to not show that hand. So I think that the institutional idea that he put out, I think, might be his most significant.
Mm-hmm. Yes?
To that, you know, something very practical, that in the UK, most architects are a member of the RIBA, and you know, if you look at it purely from the point of view of money and the subscription that we pay annually, I mean, sometimes it can be £700. You know, you pay your own personal subscription, and then you pay one for the practice. You know, to me, and I left the RIBA. I'm not a member. The RIBA, I find, is a very cold place for architects who want to produce buildings of beauty. So why would I pay money to an organization that isn't actually actively supporting what I do?
I'll tell you some stories about that. I'm sorry, this is going to be very British for a moment. Because I was the honorary secretary of the RIBA at one stage in my career. And at that moment, because I had certain powers, I was able to create the Traditional Architecture Group, which is technically a branch of the RIBA. But the RIBA has been trying to deny this ever since. Or every time there's a new, because I'm involved with the architectural establishment, every time there's a new election for the president, not the last two presidents, I have to say, but before that, I would ask the candidates if they would support traditional architecture when they became the president. And they always say yes, and they never do, because it's not just them, it's an institution. The way that they promote themselves, and this is probably common to other architects, they have, they have an awards system, which is basically the awards are only given to the right kind of building. And quite naturally and reasonably, they use those awards to promote the institution. So it's a completely circular process. I'm not quite as negative as you are, I have to say, but for obvious reasons, because I was an elected councillor twice and also an honorary secretary.
Well,
yes.
I've been a member of the AIA several times. I personally don't think that I got any benefit from being a member. And I think that the sales job they've done is that they have told people, actually it's not correct, that you need to be AIA if you're that an architect is AIA. Actually, architects are licensed by the states. So I am RA, registered architect. I don't have to be AIA to show that I'm an architect. And people don't know that, but they keep that, you know, they don't say that it's just a club. And what it does for the standard person, standard architect out there in the field, of which the vast majority are, is absolutely nothing.
I think the bigger point, which I mean, we can talk about our own national institutions forever. The bigger point is, do you try and make the change from within, or do you try and make the change from without? And that is the big question. I'm a within person. I mean, other people might be a without person, because I've been involved with the architect. I mean, well-known modernists are good friends of mine. So much as James found disgusting, they are. But I'm a reform within person, not a reform from without person.
Which leads to my next question. If we keep this to Mr. Curl, if we look at his bibliography, we have a 2-digit number of classical books, historical books, and one book about criticism, architectural criticism. So we can wonder, when did he start to think that, no, I should write a book about architectural criticism against modernism? Of course, we have learned that this was, he didn't like this from the start. But another thing is to put a huge amount of work and actually publish a monumental work on this. When do you think he became fed up or started thinking that I need to write this book? At what stage is he in his career?
I think he always understood modernism as something that was detrimental to us, but he couldn't come off the fence until he wrote Making Dystopia, because he was doing the Oxford Dictionary of Architecture. He had to be dispassionate.
Until you actually read these sections, I actually went through the sections, and at the bottom of each one of those, apparently, actually there is a criticism. But it isn't interesting enough. And when the first book that I read, the 1970 book, he's actually quite nice about Corbusier. He's actually saying that the problem with modernist architecture is it's not as good as Corbusier was. So somewhere there was a road to Damascus experience where actually that point of view changed. But I think the point was made by one of our speakers earlier on, is that in his teaching he could be, in a discursive sense, be more tolerant than he was in writing.
Likely, that sounds very interesting. It's a good question. I actually had my realization that this was some kind of a falsehood that has been perpetrated on a bunch of innocent people. When I was doing research for my PhD back in the 90s, I was teaching students. I started realizing that we're teaching them nonsense, and that there was, I was seeking a philosophy of architecture. There is none. It literally doesn't exist. I was seeking the theory of modernism. There actually is none. All you get is a series of opinions of people, most of them actually incoherently written. So the only place you can find out about modernism and what it is and what it stands for is from the critique of it that had been written all the way back to the 20s. And then, very oddly, there's one book out there that has been in circulation, is continuously published, The Architecture of Humanism by Geoffrey Scott. And if you take the word Gothic and change it for modern, it reads the same. And I found that very, very odd. It was a really good experience. And what all of these books have in common is that they enumerate the fallacies of the method, similar to what Embla was speaking about before. And there are about 30 such ideas that are all foundational studio ideas that we teach the students, or taught the students when I was doing modern design. So I found out about it in the mid-90s, but decided not to pursue it because I was going in a different direction. But I suppose that somewhere between then, because we hadn't heard about it, and when he published the book, that came out.
Okay, thank you. Another thing is when you have figures like James who make a sort of monumental contribution, you can wonder, where did he get his inspiration from? Who inspired him? Was it from the outside, or was he sort of, was it inherent? He was born with a kind of sensitivity to this? Yeah, if we just take one angle, was this a matter of he loved beauty? Or was it about cognitive reflection? He found out something? Or was it more like an instinct from childhood or something? That it's like Plato's true, beautiful, and the good. Which level are we on here? What inspired James, actually?
I just want to deal with the issue of beauty just for a moment, because it's become a very popular subject, and I've lectured on it and so on, and I won't bore you with that. But what's happened in Britain is that the idea that buildings should be beautiful has become published in government documents. So what's happening is that all the modernist architects are telling us that their buildings are beautiful. And if I hear anyone say beauty is in the eye of the beholder again, I think I'll run out of the room screaming. So I'll just do it now. So it's a tricky one, actually. It's got cultural connotations and so on. But in the end, you trust what most people think in a culture. And it's really that simple, because, I mean, in fairness to modernists, they do find cubic, bare buildings quite beautiful because they've trained themselves to do so.
Yes.
I mean, and that's, you can't actually say they're wrong. It just is that most people don't agree with them. So the concept of beauty that's out there amongst the people is not the same. And that's in the end, that is our greatest strength. I have to say, if everyone turned around tomorrow, if there was a blinding flash from the sky from aliens, and everyone said, actually, modernist buildings are incredibly beautiful, and the majority of the population said that, my argument would disappear. But it doesn't.
I would add to that, Robert, that I haven't actually myself heard any modernists use the word beauty. They talk about design quality. And that worries me, because there's a push now to control the function of an architect. The name architect is protected under law, of course, in the UK, but now there's a push to control the function of an architect. And if that happens, I think there'll be a push to control design quality and to define design quality. And this is why I'm a without person. I think that we should have our own institute so that we can resist that, and that, you know, a kind of Brexit, if you like, so that we can do our own thing, and that we can, well, we're small in terms of the number of traditional architects there are around and classical architects. But look, if we use our subscriptions, give them to ourselves, we would have enough money amongst the traditional fraternity to employ at least one person, to have an office, and to push for what we do. And in particular, as I said earlier, to talk to house builders. Well, you don't have to talk to house builders because they love traditional architecture, but to talk to developers and to get the big jobs. That's my view, for what it's worth.
Well, I have a very particular view about, I mean, so this can go on for a long time. I have a very particular view about, because we did some research. It's very well established in Britain, and actually, interesting enough, there's an article Mieke Bosa did in similar things in the Netherlands, is the minute people start to be able to control what they occupy, in other words, buy, they want traditional buildings. And it's interesting, this happened in the Netherlands. The Netherlands were a kind of nirvana of modernism, but actually it was because they were state-governed. The minute they took the state government out of it and people could buy their own houses, the architecture changed, developers changed. So what do you do about big buildings? The trouble with big buildings is that ordinary people don't buy them. Institutions buy them. And they're actually managed by real estate. And the real estate people don't give a damn about anything. They just want, they're only as good as their last sale. So they actually believe that people want glass wall buildings. They actually believe they want them. I don't believe they do. Interesting enough, the research we did was actually not so much on the builders of these buildings, but a lot of architects said to me, "Oh well, I know that's true about housing. People like traditional, but it's not true of other buildings." We did the research, good quality research. Actually, it's exactly the same. So I go back to, you know, the issue of James and scholarship, evidence, and in my opinion, if tomorrow we could show that the CEOs, the managing directors of the people that rent or build these buildings prefer a traditional building, the market would change overnight. Because the real estate people don't care. All they care, if they can actually have an edge and get a quicker sale, they'll do it. And I think that's probably the most important piece of research we can do at the moment.
Well, there is already proof for that. I want to make a plug for the Classic Planning Herald. This current issue, which just came out, and you can find a postcard out on the table out there, is about developers. It puts the developers front center, and the Robert A.M. Stern's, the 3 or 4 recent buildings, all traditional, their sales have been 20% better in terms of the cost or whatever it is than standard condo buildings. So we already know that. We know the preference of the people.
Yeah, because it will vary from market to market. In Britain, they're developed for rent and then they're rented. That's the normal pattern. So it'd be slightly careful moving from market to market. But the other thing is they claim they're more expensive. I designed a building on Piccadilly in London, which is a very traditional and classical building. It costs exactly the same amount per square meter. And it's got a lot of decoration on it, believe me. It costs exactly the amount per square meter as the guide price for any building in that location.
Absolutely.
So, you know, there's a lot of... But if we want to change it, we you know, I think that's the critical thing that's left. We know it in housing, but actually these big commercial and institutional buildings, you have to employ a major architect in order to do them. That's the other problem. You have to employ a big firm, and the big firms, I'm afraid, are not us.
Okay, if we round up here about my third theme, which is about impact. What impact does James Stevens Curl actually have had on whom? Now we're about 100 people or slightly less here. Is it just us who are interested and inspired, or is it a broad public? Or well, if I ask a different way, if someone comes to you and asks, which book from James Stevens Curl should I read? Which one would you recommend?
Well,
if I could start, I mean, obviously making dystopia. I think what he did, for me anyway, is that he pushed the Overton window with that. You know, it was being pushed by others, but he came at the right time. He was criticized for coming at the wrong time. I think he came, you know, it was very timely. And, you know, just him with his scholarly approach to the subject matter, again, very, very trustworthy, said the right thing at the right time, and I think that gave people confidence, especially young people, to challenge, because it was happening, but he, as I say, came at the right time, and I think that the question was, repeat it again, please.
Specifically, if somebody on the street or somebody who heard of this seminar now asks you which book for Mr. Curl should I read, which one?
Yes, exactly. I'd agree with that, because, in fact, oddly enough, I was talking to actually Nicholas Boyd-Smith, who's actually currently reading it. It's a big tome. Yes. About a third of it is references, actually, which shows its quality. So that's what I recommend. As to, I agree, it came at the right time. I think we have to be slightly more confident than we are. Actually, there's a shift taking place at the moment, but that shift is very slow. I just want to share one thing with you, if I may. Sorry, I'm going to. It's a story, but I think it's an important one. I used to sit on one of the British government design review committees, and we had a review from Danny Liebeskind for a new building at the Victorian Albert Museum. And Danny Liebeskind is a very charming presenter. I mean, you have to realize that. He's a very charming man. He's a very charming presenter. And he presented this scheme, and he kept saying, I'm making the future. Anyway, I knew this committee very well. I knew they all hated the building. But anyway, when we got together, they said, we can't stop this because he's making the future. And I said, I'm sorry, but the future hasn't happened yet. And if we say no, then we've made the future. But what was clear, and I think this is something we have to realize, it's what I call the tyranny of the radical. They were terrified of appearing to be reactionary. And if he kept saying he's making the future, they said, oh, well, the future's going to happen. And we appear to be stopping this future that's going to happen. And that was an interesting experience for me, because that committee of, you know, quite reasonable people were really worried that they would appear to be reactionary. And that is one of our big problems, in my opinion.
Yes, it's really not being afraid. So making dystopia tells us how we got here, and it's a miserable story. I actually want to suggest that every 100 years or so, somebody writes a book about classical architecture that becomes a classic. And there are two that came out in the last 25 years or so. One of them is Bob's over here, and the other one is James's. I think the idea that after all this big Sturm und Drang of modernism, there's still really good books on how to make beautiful is very significant. And I believe that James's classical architecture is going to survive. I think that the landmark book is The Making Dystopia. The Survivor is going to be the classical architecture. It's just going to be a great handbook. Same way as we use Gibbs in the office, we also, you know, hang out with the James book.
Yeah, that's actually the reasoning behind my previous question, which is his main production. Is it this critic, or is it actually an historian? It feels to me slightly like he's waking us up with this book, Dystopia, but then we have to go to his other books to see what should we actually have been doing. But just last question, very, very brief and perhaps personal. What is your main takeaway from this seminar, this day today?
I am really impressed. The erudition, the quality of the conversation, the actual audience of people who are makers and thinkers is extraordinary. And I think we should have another one. Let's have one next year.
Well, I mean, I have to agree with that. And I think that's important, that this isn't the only memorial lecture, that we must have this every year. And I think it has kick-started it really well for the future.
For me, it's the collective. The fact that quite a lot of people here are quite a lot younger than me, that's a good start. And the second thing is what I loosely call the power of scholarship.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, then we are ready for the very, very last session. I'm very excited and honored to talk to these two gentlemen, and I will be very brief with barely any introductions because we only have 15 minutes and people are tired and hungry for some hot dogs. My name is Karl Korsnes. I'm the editor of Civilization magazine, and I'm honored to be joined here by Samuel Hughes and Alex Peacock. And the conference is called The Joy of Beauty, Past and Future. And we're focusing on the last part, the future bit, in this session. I would say that James Stevens Curl was a part of a movement, and I would say that this conference is a part of a movement. And the first question is that the efforts to advance classical architecture is taking place on many fronts today, with varying degree of success. There are changes to the university curricula. There are social media campaigns. There are political influence through think tanks. There are intellectual arguments through research and books, just to name a few. And on which front do you think that the movement has been most successful so far? And on which front is further effort most needed? Can I start with you, Samuel?
Sure. So it's an interesting history, isn't it? I think there's two generations. Someone was talking about, maybe Bob was talking about this earlier. There's a first generation which happened at the same time as postmodern, or arose out of the postmodern tendency, which was very driven by certain exceptional, courageous personalities. James was obviously one of those. We have a couple of other. We have Sandy Stoddart and Bob Adam here, two other of the key personalities. In Britain, obviously, the Prince of Wales at that time was a key personality. And that achieved a lot. And then something else has happened in the last, I'd say, 15 years. I think it's a slightly unholy answer, but I think it's driven first by social media and then maybe in the future will be driven by AI. Social media obviously has lots of terrible downsides for Western culture, but it does mean that information and images can reach people without going through the funnels past the gatekeepers that used to control. Like, back in the first generation, the only place you could go to learn about any classical architecture being built in Britain was the magazine Country Life, because a man called Clive Aslett, who happened to be sympathetic, edited Country Life. Country Life is read by a small segment of the English gentry. So if the English gentry will have had this strange idea of what English architecture was like in their own time, that they all this wonderful stuff, and nobody else would hear anything about it. Prince of Wales obviously could break through that a bit because he had an exceptional ability to reach people on account of who he was. But generally, extremely difficult to get past the gatekeepers. And social media completely democratizes the flow of information, and that has loads of downsides, like terrible misinformation spread. But sometimes it means that striking, beautiful, like you show people an image of what's possible. Like, I didn't realize that was possible. You can't. That was done in 2010. So many times people react that way. And another element to this, I was talking to, is Miguel's still here. Miguel discovered James's work on YouTube. I came into architecture working with Roger Scruton, and I cannot tell you the number of times I met people who said, yes, I first encountered Sir Scruton's work through his YouTube videos. It was very funny for James Stevens Curl and very funny for Roger Scruton, neither of whom were exactly social media personalities by nature. And yet, because you can't control the flow of information on social media in the same way, social media was in fact a great gift to both of them. And AI has an interesting upshot in the same way that now any random member of the public can create a challenger scheme, at least indicative images for a challenger scheme, whenever they want to. So when the ugly scheme comes in their neighborhood, just go on to ChatGPT and be like, could we do something with the same volume but with facades borrowed inspiration from these buildings? Straight away, up it goes on social media, and suddenly your whole community can visualize an alternative to what they're being offered, which 15 years ago would have cost a fortune and would have been completely out of, so suddenly, in that sense, visualization is also being democratized. And these are great. Now, the place where there's loads still to do will be, that enables you to reach a very large number of people, and if we are reaching a very large number of people, the general mood, things, I think, within institutions is where work still has to happen. Within institutions, it hasn't changed so much from 15 years ago. The mood outside has changed a great deal. The mood within is still quite similar. And education's probably number one, especially in Europe. Like in the States, they have Notre Dame and Catholic University of America and several other places now which have achieved a huge amount and have changed the way that architecture works in America. In Europe, we have this extraordinary environment of summer schools. Like, really shows the appetite exists, and these things, popping up everywhere. But until you can actually qualify this way, like, you're really asking people to self-educate. It's a massive burden to place on a young person that you're going to have to take all these professional hits. You're going to have to educate yourself. You're going to have to give up all your holidays to go on these courses, and then they're still not going to be properly credentialized. So I think probably the education system is the highest priority. Sorry, that was a long answer.
Oh, it was
obviously I think about this a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah, well, you've covered a lot there, but personally, I would say the best achievement for the pushing of classical architecture is the summer schools. I mean, I've been to 2 of them, and well, that's how I was introduced to all of this. And I feel like almost everyone who attends these summer schools then ends up knowing a lot more than in the period of, say, 2 or 3 weeks than an entire degree would give you. But when it comes to the sort of fronts that we need to push more on, I would say it's planning, sort of government regulations and stuff. It's all well and good to have a full education, to be able to draw perfect proportions, to know the whole history of classical architecture. It's all well and good, but ultimately some planning officer can just reject it, and it doesn't matter. The whole education does not matter in that moment. If there's been so many projects, our practice that were beautiful designs, lovely, lovely designs, but some unelected bureaucrat can say no, and that's it. It has to be modern then. So I think if you want to actually revive classical architecture, you're going to have to get into the sort of real mechanisms of power, like these sort of unelected systems, which, it's quite a bit harder than sort of starting up your own summer school. It feels, very successful to have these summer schools, and they're certainly far better than nothing, because there was none, say, 20 years ago. But I feel like the actual real barrier is planning, things like that. Yeah, what do you think?
I think in England, I don't have a very considered view on this. I think in England it is probably more. So a lot of other countries have zoning systems where there's less scope for. So many countries, development control operates through a system where, so in France, for example, you can go onto a website, you can find your plot, and it will say you may build this volume on this plot. These are the setback rules. These are the height limits. They might have a few, other regulations applying to it, but there isn't a discretionary choice by a local government planner over whether they like the design or not. Britain has a much more discretionary system. Most local authorities don't have explicit anti-pastiche policies in their local plans, although there are examples. They're not supposed to do so, although there are examples of it happening. I think probably most officers probably do have I don't think they're particularly ideological. They have a sort of soft anti, as they would say, pastiche bias. And in a completely discretionary system, that does give them quite a lot of scope. In a highly discretionary system, that gives them quite a lot of scope for their judgment to be influenced by it. So I think in England, that's probably a significant factor. But in other countries, in zonal systems, I think it's less clear to me how it could be doing so much work. So there, I think maybe other forces are in play.
So talking about these government regulations, then think tanks could have a big influence on changing policy, and you have some experience from working in think tanks, and there are some really influential think tanks in Britain on promoting classical architecture. In Norway and several other countries, there are none. And since you pointed to changing policy and construction as one important issue, maybe a difficult question, but do you have any main advice for people that are listening that think that, the nation I live in should have a think tank promoting classical architecture? Where should one begin? What's the core issues to start with?
There's a great deal I could say about that. So there's a thing about tactics and how to approach it. On the whole, I find like you do have to be relentless, but you also, on the whole, I think being relentlessly nice is quite a you should divorce architecture from other areas of politics. You want to build a broad coalition around attractive buildings, not a kind of narrow social conservative or religiously toned, whatever your private feelings may be. Create Streets has been very successful in Britain in the last 10 years, 10, 15 years, and that's optimism, focus on data, focus on urbanism, focus on the vernacular, focus on like empirical evidence around health, well-being, popularity, sustainability. You can build a much broader alliance around this than you can with most other ways of approaching the issue. In terms of, I mean, it's actually not very hard to persuade elected politicians. Like, elected politicians are just normal people. I mean, certainly local councillors are just normal people, and national politicians are much more normal than people think. They are often quite receptive. They deal with their constituents all the time, their constituents being blighted by ugly places. They're not, very few of them will really have like design elite backgrounds or mentalities. So I don't think it's that hard to reach elected officials. The difficulty is an elected official can be vaguely sympathetic to what you're saying and not know what to do about it. And if they don't have support from, most of the work on development control is always done by masses of government employees, planners and civil servants, which is not a bad thing, not bad people, but like those people have so much more specialist knowledge than the politicians. They have so much more time. There are so many more of them. But a lot of what you have to do if you're working with politicians is think quite carefully about exactly what the politician can do to effectively steer the machine that they in theory are operating. Because if they don't have really good, if you can't help them to know exactly what they need to do to bring about change, they won't know what, they'll say, yeah, great idea, love it, I'm pro-beauty, I want us to have beautiful buildings. And then they'll go, they'll say to their team of planners, they'll be like, we want to have more beautiful buildings, and the planners will be like, yeah, okay, that's, and then it will they'll be distracted by something else, or the planners will implement the idea of beauty in such a way that doesn't have any effect in practice, or so like, in the short term, think very carefully about exactly what tools to give your politicians. Like, persuading politicians is relatively easy. Giving them the right tools to get their officials to do something is more difficult. And then your long-term objective is to try and change minds within the bureaucracy, or this is why I think education is important. Like, once you have people coming from planning schools who are more sympathetic or more open-minded about this, people working full-time on this with a technical background, then it's going to be much easier to sustain change.
Thank you so much. That was really useful. I'm hoping people are listening and getting inspired to start their own think tank in different places. The final question is also into some strategy, and I want to start with you, Alex, on that one. So many advocates of classical architecture emphasize environmental arguments. For example, that it's more sustainable to build with natural materials meant to last for centuries, or that cities are better served by human-centered planning than by car-centered planning. At the same time, many of the requirements and regulations that make classical architecture difficult are presumably justified on climate and environmental grounds. How do you think that that advocates of classical architecture should position themselves in relation to the environmental movement? Are they natural allies?
It's not really a simple answer if they're naturally allied or opposed. I think there's quite a variety of different types of traditional and classical architecture, and a similar way to how there's a lot of different types of modernism. I mean, one way that they're naturally allied is sort of like new urbanism, walkable cities, public transit, and that goes very well with traditional architecture. There's a lot of overlap of the two movements, and they are natural allies, but the sustainability camp would be more for that, primarily for the reason that getting rid of cars would be, there's less emissions. Whereas the new urbanists would argue more for the actual benefits of a city being walkable, that there's less noise of the cars and it's safer and so on. So in some of the areas where they would be naturally allied, it's not necessarily for the same reasons, although the traditional architect could agree that it's better to have less emissions, but often the things they value, they would be for that for a different reason than an environmentalist would, but they do overlap in many ways.
Yeah, well, there's a question of urbanism and architecture, right? So traditional urbanism is clearly more sustainable than modernist urbanism. The caveat to that is what we call traditional urbanism is now actually quite widely accepted. I mean, it's a thing we should have talked about today. Like, the architecture schools are definitely not teaching traditional architecture, but they basically are now sort of teaching something like traditional urbanism. They've, like, so many of these messages have cut through, and the evidence for them is so strong. And if you look at the stuff the British government produces, the Manual for Streets or the Urban Design Compendium or whatever, these documents, they could really have been written by Bob pretty much. They remarkably similar, and they're not really. So urbanism definitely the sustainability argument can be made, but there aren't that many people now who will be saying, no, we need to be making the city for cars. No, we need to be making the towers in a park, on a plaza, or whatever. Architecture, I have a view which won't be the view of everyone here, which you will have seen a bit in my talk earlier, that I am perfectly happy with many features of modern building. I don't mind buildings having steel frames or making use of lots of ingenious technologies that have been produced in the last 200 years. Now, I see traditional architecture like it's a matter mostly of appearance, but I think appearances are extremely important. This is what Roger Scruton said: the sovereignty of appearances. And when you're told, oh, you only care about facades, you don't really care about architecture, you think that's a real indictment of the person saying that they don't care about the aspect that a building presents onto the public realm. Now, if you're superficial like me, you think that appearances are the key vector that we're talking about in this particular case, then there's not, actually, on the whole, you can make a building with traditional appearances which meets high specs on environmental criteria, and you can make a building with a modernist appearance which has high environment. There will be occasional points of tension. So there are points about shapes of windows. There are points about wanting to have a very simple volume, all these kinds of perceived house kind. But architects are very clever. A good architect can solve these design challenges. We've solved millions of design challenges using the classical language of architecture before. I think we can solve the particular problems that sustainable design throws up now. So my view is sort of neither natural allies nor enemies. They can sit alongside totally fine, and we don't need to worry about it too much. We just need to be creative and clever in order to find solutions that are faithful to the classical language and which also meet environmental standards that it's important to meet.
Perfect. Thank you so much to both of you for sharing your thoughts on the future of classical architecture, and I hope that will lead to good conversations among all of you about where to go in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Nir, should we close formally this conference?
Yeah, let's go have some hot dogs and
yes.
I think it's time for us to adjourn. We've spent my head swimming with all this stuff. James really left a huge impact on a lot of people, and we should really count our blessings that he is from our world, and that we can see, think, and feel, and read his stuff and ideas and so on and so forth. A legacy, I think his legacy is in the work we're going to be doing from this point on. And I really invite you to set up the next one next year. Sandy, would you like to produce a medal so that we can give the speaker a medal, like in any decent prize award? I don't think that there is an architectural award, like a high level. The Arthur Ross Award is one, but I think that we need a James Stevens Curl Award as well. So perhaps, you know, the future is, it would be wonderful to see everybody from here next year and in the coming years coming to figure out how we move into a future beautifully.
So I would like to thank all the speakers. Thank you very much for your excellent contribution, and all the organizers and all the audience. Let's have a party now.
Yay.
Okay? Let's go sit.
Just very briefly, just to add to Nir and to Anders, thank you both so much. Thank you to all the speakers and panelists too, and the audience for sticking with what's been a really long day. So well done. Looking forward to that glass of wine. Ingrid and I were talking earlier, and our father would have loved every minute of today. Yes. He would have absolutely relished it, got stuck into all the debates, and enjoyed every minute. So thank you for that. And so Nir, thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Anders, you've been the driving force behind this. When I said no, I don't want to speak, you just ignored me consistently. So just well done on all your efforts. And this is just a small token from all the family, And Dorota, Dad's widow, would have been delighted to have been here, but as you know, she couldn't be. But this is just a small thing for you. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. So in Oslo, thank you. So we put James on the scene the last 3 years. That's our contribution. So he.
And before we go, a hand for Anders for bringing us here together. This is entirely his vision and his work, and I follow him wherever he goes.
So let's party.